Hello, Konlulu everyone! I'm your maid VTuber Lulubelle. Welcome to Higurashi When They Cry. I hope you guys are... Oh, what the heck? What the heck? Oh my gosh, wait, I hear myself! What the heck? Wait, where is this sound coming from? What the heck? Hello? Hello? Ah, okay. Wait, no, I can still hear myself. Hello? Oh, here it is. Ah, that threw me off. I was like talking to myself and I could hear like my feedback from somewhere and I was like, what the heck, where is that coming from? And so I turned off the setting in OBS and I could still hear myself. I was like, what the heck is going on? Turns out I had a browser window open with my stream and I forgot to close it down. Alright, let's go back to intros. Welcome in everyone to my Higurashi When They Cry stream. We are continuing the first chapter called Oni Kakoshi, which I believe we will be finishing today because we're like near the end. I believe Keichi got himself a bat, and for those of you that are tuning in now, when Keiichi gets the bat, things get serious. So we're almost near the end. I'm like really happy that I was able to read the visual novel because, again, I'm an anime watcher only, and I watched this anime series like about twice or thrice. So, being able to read the visual novel and seeing the author's original thoughts for it is really nice. And I'm also glad that you guys are here to join me. So I'm hoping to finish it today. If not, then next week as well. Which, speaking of, it's already the end of the week. Happy Sunday, everyone. For those of you that are in the workforce or are going to school, good luck, everyone. Good luck, everyone. To Monday. Let's see. Anything else I need to talk about before we get into it? I would like to do a quick recap, but when we get to it, we'll get to it. But first, I want to take the time to talk about the PC fundraiser that I am currently running. Right now, my work laptop has completely exploded. It is a little old, so it's very hard for me to work on it right now. If you guys can, no pressure. If you go to the link on my YouTube chat, there is a pinned message there. If you go to the link, that is where you can donate to my future PC. Of course, no pressure. We're just here to vibe after all. It's all just gonna go to my current projects and future projects, and it'll just give me an easier time to work on them. Well, with that out of the way, welcome in CL. Welcome in Richard. Welcome in Chad. Welcome in Zach, and hello to those lurking and those watching VOD. Welcome in everyone. We are back for more Higurashi. I'm so excited. You know, yesterday I thought yesterday was today. So I was preparing to stream and it was about 3 p.m. and I was like, you know what? I have a question on something. So I went to my YouTube channel and I noticed something off. So I look at my stream schedule and I'm like, wait a minute, today's Saturday. Why is there an offline slot on Saturday? And I realized, right, I issued this day off for myself so I can get some other work done IRL. So yesterday I was on my desk like practicing like crazy, like, okay, I want to do this thing, and then in 3 hours I have to stream. I was like practicing for a long time. And then I realized, wait a minute. Today is a Saturday. It's my day off. I should be working on other things. Regardless, it was still nice that I got some practice in. And yeah, I'm just conveying how excited I am to be here. I couldn't stop thinking about Higurashi. Anyway, let's see. Time to chill and shiver on a hot summer evening with Higurashi. Are we ready to beat the heat with a scary story like Higurashi. Yeah, if there is a summer anime that I think about, it's Higurashi. I used to watch it a lot when I was growing up. Oh, hey, thank you. It's Rel. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the gifted. Oh, wait. Moemoekyun. And welcome to the manor. I appreciate the support as always. Let's see. Evening, Lulu. It's been a loaded weekend. From the Summer Games Fest with main event announcements one after another, like the like the Code Veronica remake. Now though, it's Maid, Manor, Murder Mysteries. It is. I heard about the Code Veronica trailer. I opened the YouTube video to watch it, and I was like 3 seconds in and I closed down the window because like my heart could not take it. I'm just too hyped. Like the Redfield siblings are one of my favorite characters in Resident Evil. I was not prepared to hear about a game featuring one of them. I was not ready, so in order to prepare my heart emotionally, I'm gonna have to give myself like another couple months for me to watch. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it'll be sooner. Because I love Claire. I want to see her in action. So maybe I'll be tempted soon. But like I said, I haven't watched Code Veronica trailer just yet. But I'm so excited for it. Maybe once I do another Resident Evil marathon, I'll watch the trailer to get myself hyped. But that's for later. We can hear you. We promise you you're not crazy. Yeah, I heard myself too. It was so freaky. Whatever Diavolo from JoJo Part 5 was feeling when he was getting attacked by Jornos' ult, that's how I felt just now. For a moment we were connected. Anyway, welcome in everyone. I am ready to get started. Let me just welcome in everyone else. Time to go down the rabbit hole, yes, but it seems like we are almost near the end. We're going down the rabbit hole. We've almost reached bedrock. And I'm scared. I know what's gonna happen, but I'm still scared. I'm still catching up on the second VOD, so I don't want to spoil myself. But I hope you have a great stream. And I'll be watching the VOD. Thank you so much for coming by and for your support as always, Rel. And I hope you enjoy the VOD. They plan on doing a complete reimagining? Well, I'm a little worried about that, but I'm going to hold my opinions on it for a Resident Evil centric stream. For now, I really want to get into Higurashi, so let's get started. I actually want to go back. They won't let me go back. I was gonna go back a little bit because I needed a bit of a refresher, but they won't let me. The text log is empty, so I'm just gonna try my best to remember and recap. So last time on Higurashi, we finished the summer festival, and immediately things went downhill from there. Our friend Tomitake-san was found face down, dead, in a random street of Hinamizawa. And when the police took a closer look at it, apparently he had scratched his neck, his throat out, so it was most likely that he died from that. But there's a lot of other things, other factors into it as well. For example, he got beaten up by a group of people prior to that, and also something about a wood, like maybe he was carrying around a wood and throwing it everywhere or something. And yeah, the characters are wondering, maybe it has something to do with if it has something to do with hallucinogens, maybe something else. We don't know yet. So to uncover the truth, let's get into it. Oh, wait. But before that, yeah, so they think about all these stuff, and it actually freaks out Keiichi a lot. He's like, oh my god, I literally cannot get this out of my mind. The Hinamizawa is freaking nuts. Oyashiro-sama's curse is probably gonna get me. I'm freaking out. What? And also, why are my friends like really mean to me? I have no clue why. So he's freaking out. So let's see where that takes us. Right now, because of that freak out, he has found a baseball bat to kind of defend himself. So yeah, right now he says here, I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least, that's what I hoped. Let me know if the background audio should be a little louder. Who's saying this? Aw, Kei-chan? What are you doing? Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped. Oh, Keiichi-kun. Are you on the baseball team? The baseball team? It was Rena and Mion. I was surprised to hear you went off ahead. What are you doing, Kei-chan? Can't you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing for the championship. You can say it's part of my diet if you want. Diet? Kei-chan, are you really that fat? Bet you didn't know. I actually have a beer belly. It's plump and it jiggles. Plump and jiggles. Rena, you don't have to imagine something weird like that. To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily. Well then, hope you make it to the regionals at least. This old man will cheer you on. Regionally speaking, it seems that Oshima High is pretty strong. They say their southpaw, Kameda-kun, is amazing. Good luck. Seems they've made me out as some kind of local prodigy, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, would be in a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past that ball I just threw and change over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. Whoa. Damn it! What am I laughing at? I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. Ooh, I bet that feels like it's stinging you. If they make me smile like that, I'll... Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone, no matter how many times I tell myself that. If they made me smile like that, I'll... I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends, but I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Rena confessed to the doctor. Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist, and was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along, and everything was all just Oyashiro-sama's fault. You damn fool, Keiichi Maebara. Come on now! I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised the bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft! As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Well, that's the thing though, we don't know who the enemy is. Smash. My god. Like hell, I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing. I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. Whoa, Keiichi-kun! Keiichi, if it's a demon, maybe we can go to the Shrine Maiden to exorcise the demon out of your friends. And we know a Shrine Maiden. She's your classmate. Maybe we can get her to exorcise it. I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but I didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt kind of a relief that the sanctity of the school, part of my daily life, had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only... Oh, whoops. I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me. Keiichi-kun, come on! It's club time! Club time! The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses. Come now! Oh, come on! Wait, come on! Come on, Kei-chan! Stop spacing out! Bring your desk! Oh wait. I thought she only called him Keiichi-kun. Come on! Come on, Kei-chan! Stop spacing out! Bring your desk! Your desk! Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right. It was happy, fun club time. But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now. What's this, Kei-chan? You planning on going home right away again? Mion sounded quite disappointed. I'm just not in the mood. Could you just let me be for a while? The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in the display, held me in place. Rena was the one who cut through the heavy mood. Keiichi-kun, you just didn't like playing with girls, I guess. She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing at the pins that held me in place. That's not it at all. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. That's so sad. Oh, Keiichi-kun, come back. Apologize and open up to them. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. I mean, that's to be expected. Even while walking, my ears pricked up and sought out threading sounds and presences that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning? Until we were in a good location to assault me? then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path, crowded with trees, responded with silence, as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed that I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then, I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time. Hey! I know you're there! With all of my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees, but the presence in the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already! I know you're there! I screamed out angrily at them. Again, but even still they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. Oh. With all due diligence, I approached, step by step. Stepping into the trees' shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Rena! When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. Did you have some business with me? I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed the question at her. Not really. It's just, Rena was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes, but it was obvious that she had been following me. What about the club? Since you're not, I'm not. That shouldn't matter. Don't mind me and just play. But I'm just worried about you. Thinking about how I'd been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. Wait, that makes me too sad. I'm really, really sad right now. So Rena was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was really the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like try to tail me. She would have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then, after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but, without a doubt, she was tailing me. Stop following me. Oh. Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I'd walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more. I told you not to follow me! But my house is in the same direction. Then walk ahead of me. I'll start walking once I can't see you anymore. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward. I'd like to go to home together. With you. Making a pitiful expression, She meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without saying anything, Rena had understood what I was feeling inside. If you get it, then go. I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Go on then. Hurry. I'm going. So, please stop with the bat. It's scary. Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her. What a scary thing to say. Keichi, do you realize? I need you to say this sentence in your head again. And think critically what this means. for you, for Rena, and for this whole village. That's so scary. Go. There's no problem now, is there? There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly so as to not set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. Hey, don't stop! Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Rena didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Rena and I were locked in the space. Rena did not move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Rena was the first to break the silence. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on a sec. Be right back. Hello? I forgot to turn off my air filter. My apologies. You know, I have a mic feedback so I can hear myself. And then I finally realized that I could hear the air filter through my feedback. IRL, I had like tuned out the air filter, so like I didn't even notice it. Okay, I turned it off, so it should be a bit better now. Alright, we can continue now. Yeah, now we have actual silence. Okay. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into that other person who looks like Rena. But the voice was the one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of a bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice. Well... Excuse me, but... Can I ask you something? Too shy to even turn around, Rena squeezed out her voice, desperately, as she trembled. What? Well... why do you have a bat, I wonder? The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected. I can carry whatever I want. But you didn't have one up until today. Why so suddenly? It's alright if I decide to do something suddenly, isn't it? Is it strange that I have a bat? Because, Keiichi, you're not the kind of person to play baseball. It's weird. I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. Is that so weird? It is weird. She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. I just suddenly wanted to play baseball. And I wanted to practice my swing, so I'm carrying a bat. What's strange about that? Strange. Weird. Definitely. Why has Keiichi-kun also? Your ramblings are annoying me. Is it that strange for me to have an interest in sports? I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions. I'm sorry. Don't get angry. Rena still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next. Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing. I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go. I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. I agree, I feel so bad. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked her final question. Why is it the same? Why is that bat the same too? What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying? I mean, why is even the bat the same? I don't understand what you mean at all. Say it clearly. Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed. I mean, why is even the bat the same as Satoshi-kun's? Satoshi-being, huh? Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Rena had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my desk. Up until last year, he was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see. So this was Satoshi's bat. Oh, this was Satoshi's bat. Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it. That's not a problem, is it? That's not it! The way Rena said it made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine, or a memento of the disease. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued speaking without waiting for a reply. Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi-kun did when it happened to him? Rena was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi. It was the same with Satoshi-kun. He joined the baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball. What does that have to do with me? Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with the bat one day. He joined the team, but he wasn't the type to play sports. What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Rena is trying to tell us something important. Satoshi-kun also one day came to school all by himself, all of a sudden, just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day he suddenly started practicing his swing, just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day he suddenly began carrying the bat around with him, just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day he suddenly what? Rena had swallowed her words. Rena's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until just now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation after all the planning I had done. They have been the same, exact same as Satoshi's. Then Satoshi... No, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same. Rena, that day, what happened to Satoshi? Rena knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. Now, forget about what happened to the guy in the past. Rena knew what was going to happen to me. Answer me, Rena. What happened to him? With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. I told you, Keiichi-kun. It was that person I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't the Rena Ryugu I'd been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze that pierced like a cold needle, that smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Rena brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then, her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper. Like the curve of a crescent moon, she grinned. I told you, Keiichi-kun. After a short pause, Rena repeated the same words again. Satoshi-kun, you see, transferred out. Transferred meaning what? What Rena meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Rena saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2, 3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Rena and me on my knees underneath her motionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin. But you won't, will you? Keiichi-kun. Rena finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on. Do what? What did she not want me to do? Transfer. I'm not allowed to leave? She won't let me leave. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi. Had he really been in the same situation as As I was now. Sorry. I'm just really eager to find out what happens next. The friends he had gone along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed, planned to kill him. Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing. And then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it had all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my first seal keychain. I stepped into the entryway just as I was about to take off my shoes. A chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me, like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door. But there was, undoubtedly, someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know they're there even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi Maribara, there's no way you could hear that. It was mostly instinct than anything else that was warning me of that presence. Common sense was telling me it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me, but at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? as an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me, but I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Oh, right. I could try speaking with them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just as long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that wouldn't have solved anything. Who is it? I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keichi. It's all in your head. That time, I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. All the force in my body released from my lungs and through my throat, seizing all thought processes in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around. Until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision, they were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. They couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there, but were they actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat, held firm in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet, a mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remembered reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. Ah! I brandished my will to fight. The after-image of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. After calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whipped through the empty space, but they only seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy? Wait, what? Those two swings whipped through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. Ah! My scream shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with an even more destructive power. Without mercy or restraint, My violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity has certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body is soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy, there but not there, dispersed. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way, had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house? Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence, but it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my head of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keichi Maebara. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened was not a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. When I asked who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I have been possessed by a supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetrated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it. But it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was the manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wondered what would happen. If Oishi-san very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At the time, those words were pretty dependable. But as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san that this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse or not, there was no merit to doing that. I'd better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed and I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I would be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rena and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Rena and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, I would be admitting that I myself was losing it. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has happened. Accept what has actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist, and I would be the bestest buddies with Brenna and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. Hello, welcome in everyone. Thank you so much for coming by. I appreciate it. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. Hello, this is the My Bar residence. Keiichi, sorry. Keiichi, this is Mom. I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative. What? I don't mind having instant noodles for dinner. There's still a lot of them. The other day, we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of things, actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive. So instead, I got a whole case of mega-sized pork bone and ginger-flavored ones I liked. Pork is pretty good. I love pork ramen. I actually think I like pork ramen more than I like soy sauce. But my parents didn't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them. So you see, there really isn't a need to go shopping, right? Keiichi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work. Huh? Right now? This was really abrupt. No, we're already here. We left this afternoon. It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer. I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night, but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going smoothly. Now that you mentioned it, I did remember they talked about all the time how his job prospects weren't looking so good. Daddy is really sensitive about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it will affect his work. Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality. His emotions change as easily as the fall sky. You could also just say he couldn't take criticism. That is one... Dude, that was... I don't know why that made me laugh. But something like that could have been done over the phone. Keiichi, this is your father's job, so can you support him a bit? Please? Anyway, it's just faster to talk about it in person, so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work. So, we'll be back tomorrow night. Keiichi, will you be fine on your own? It's not like I'll die or anything. Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying. If there's something troubling you, just talk to us. I believe Mommy will be able to help out. Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. Blah, blah, blah. But I didn't plan on dying. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it. I won't die. I won't. I'll survive even if I have to gnaw my leg off. Yeah, what a weird thing to say, Keiichi. Anyway, see you then. Tomorrow morning. Make sure to wake up and eat your breakfast. And don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth. Yeah. See you. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went out to Tokyo for business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance and never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone, missing, vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone and this was their chance. First, I ran to the living room, and flicked on the lights and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased my traces. Oh my gosh, let me reread this. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. Oh, the garage! They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to the What is the station? Okinomiya. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out to the back to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine now. I needed to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure, this time it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that for my freakout was kind of bad. I'll just say that I tripped and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remembered that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang again. Hello, this is the Maibara residence. Oh, is this Keiichi-kun? Is your mother around? Oh, maybe it's someone else. Is this Keiichi-kun? Is your mother around? She isn't here at the moment. You idiot, Keiichi Maibara. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it. I think she'll be back soon. That wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again or to tell her to call them when she comes back. Then that's fine. It wasn't anything important. Well then, sorry for the bother. The scenario I feared didn't play it out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with more telephone calls coming in for my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to make up a good story to explain that my parents were home, but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room, and the phone rang once again. Hang on, I need to drink some water. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They'd suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. Hello? I stopped announcing this was the Maibara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Who is this? Oh.
Hello, my apologies for calling so late. This is Oishi from the Okinomiya bookstore.
Oishi-san?
Is that you, Maibara-san? Good evening, good to hear you are doing well.
Wait just a moment, please. I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was since there was no one home. But I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san. Sorry for the wait.
How were things? Anything changed since then?
Since then? When was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital, and we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Rena and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well.
Hello? Can you hear me, Maibara-san?
Huh? Oh, sorry.
What did you say? I asked if anything's changed since last time. There wasn't no answer, so I got a bit worried.
Not really. The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened, all of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night, when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all. Well, Oishi-san, it seems that someone is after me.
Really?
It could all just be a coincidence, but that day, I missed the school when I was sick. The two of them came to check up on me.
Which two?
Rina and Mion. They started asking about how I had lunch with you.
What next?
They left me some mochi when they came to visit, but there was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it. I wonder, could that have just been a threat?
About the needle?
It was just one of those common sewing needles you see all the time. There was a hole to thread string through.
Not that, Maibara-san, the needle itself. That's evidence. It could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where is that needle?
That's right. That's it. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I had overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. I had certainly thrown the mochi and needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desks, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed in the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents. But even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. Wow, that's okay, that's a little funny. That took me out. I'm locking it. It's like, hang on. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. It's like looking for a needle. Okay. I know. I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. Oh wait, I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. I then dashed up the stairs where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long.
Hello? How did it go?
I couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed back then and...
I see. It would be great if you could find it. Keep it safe.
The needle... Oh, that's right. The needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about the morning with the hit and run. Also, Oishi-san, that isn't all. Actually, this morning... That van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at the time.
Did you see the license plate? I can search for it from here.
Damn. I just flipped out yelling at him back then, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I'm sorry, I don't know much more than that. It was a white van.
Nothing to fret about, my bar-san. Anyone would be shaken up after being hit.
I guess all of this really isn't a coincidence, is it? Oishi-san started to hem and haw over on the other end. What is hem and haw? Like, kind of like that? I can imagine him folding his arms. Also, Rena is acting strange.
How so?
What Rena said on the home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun.
Now I could say it with confidence that Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to him than just him simply disappearing. Rena knows. She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi, the kid who was demoned away last year. And what would be that exactly? Rena said, I was the same as Satoshi. She said something to the effect that the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi. Fate, you say? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you? Transferring out, she said. Transferring out? Rena said Satoshi transferred out. So given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too.
Oishi let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly.
Maibara-san, that was probably some sort of threat, or maybe some type of warning.
I thought so too. At that point, I started to think, would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only other explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oishi-san. Except, Rena's strange behavior could be a proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all of the villagers, Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little. Meaning, he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rena was somebody I would suspect. No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residencies close to the Maibara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I had never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. I wondered if I would still be here by tomorrow morning, so I had to ask. Right now, because I had no idea when the next chance would come. What the heck? Oishi-san, I have something I wanted to ask about. Please don't keep anything from me.
Sure, ask away.
Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Rena, about what happened at her previous school.
Actually, regarding Rena's...
I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was a doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I had put into making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door.
Hello? Maibara-san?
Sorry, someone seems to be at the door. I'm going to go see who it is.
A guest? I see. My apologies. Should we end the phone call now?
That would be a problem.
No, I'll be back in a sec. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on? It's fine, I don't mind.
I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave.
I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say my mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake up my mom if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you ring the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends. Good evening. Rena. There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me. There's nothing this old man doesn't know. Are you alone, Rena? Yeah. It seems that Mion wasn't with her, but that didn't change the situation at all. Why did you come here? Hey, Keiichi-kun. I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. Can I come inside? I wonder... It was true that speaking through a chained door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate. But... excuse me. At my house, the chain has to be on at night. Don't worry about it. Then... it can't be helped, I guess. Rena pouted rather sadly, but she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. I'm gonna drink some water. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway. Have you... have you eaten yet, Keiichi-kun? No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to. No, not yet. What about it? Then good. Look here. I brought a bunch of dishes. Rena held out a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth. If I could use your kitchen, I can heat up miso soup and other stuff. It's fine, you don't need to do that. But there's a lot of tofu and vegetables in it. Does Keiichi-kun not like that kind of stuff? I wonder. There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients.
white radish, carrots, burdock root and potatoes, dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible. I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, you can eat it really quickly. Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh, how wonderful it would be! How wonderful it is to be born Japanese. You know, I know he's trying to like, we're like being tempted by Rena, but the situation is so funny to me. Yes, rice would be good. There's also miso soup too. Yes, that would be so fire right now. Oh man, miso soup with radish, burdock root, yum. Also, I made some more pickles. I made sanzai pickles this time. Before I moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sanzai, but I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. This is so moe. I'm sorry, I'm being taken... It's like taken out of it. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. That's such a moe sentence. Such a deep yet light flavor. The vegetables from the supermarket were tasteless and bland compared to these. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sanzai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were, they'd go so well with that fluffy white rice. And also... Well, wait, there's more! So delicious! It just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self, who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious-sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Though, the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Rena speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on one premise, and that premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of my dinner time. If Mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. It's like she knew. Rena. Did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to that fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me. I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon. Huh? Is that so? Is that so? I know you went through all the effort and everything, but... well... Unable to give a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly. But some of this could work as side dishes, I think.
I'm sorry, we have more than enough already. My mom always makes quite a few sides, so...
Huh? You have side dishes? With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically, but the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well. So Keiichi-kun can cook. What did you make, I wonder?
No, well, it's not that I...
Rena had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. No, not so much that I made them, but rather my mom hadn't. Did you really make them? The side dishes? Did you, Keiichi-kun?
It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. No, she's making them. Right now. So you see, I'm sorry I can't eat what you brought.
Rena fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes. How about I try guessing what Keiichi-kun's dinner will be?
Doesn't matter what I'm going to eat.
Let's see. The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. I felt like I was being interrogated. Your dinner? I wonder, is it something that can be made with just hot water?
Hey, now stop with the insults. I can't believe you'd belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that. Tickets sold out, full capacity already. It's that amazing.
I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness. Keiichi-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner?
No, you see, she didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now. It's almost time for dinner.
Rena had taken the assertion of mine that my mother was home and making dinner right now and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became. Hey, Keiichi-kun. At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept from the gap in the doorway. Is your mom home, I wonder? I couldn't keep up this charade anymore. Rena. She knew full well that my parents weren't home, but I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here and we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted, so I answered. I told her she was here. She's here, of course. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their glare. Why? What do you mean? I tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off from me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look, it informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth. Why have you been lying to me, I wonder? I'm not lying. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Lies. Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Rena and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me. Shall I guess your dinner, Keiichi-kun? Let's see. I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that I had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she should be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it wasn't cup noodles? That's right, isn't it? That I was going to eat. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing. I don't think you'll be full with just noodles. I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. This was just coincidence. Rena was just reading certain tales of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she actually read my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that, they couldn't possibly exist. Do you like them? Do you mean noodles? No. What is this? I'm like trying to see what this word could be. Noodles? What could this mean? What could this be? Rena indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken. Sorry, Rena. What did you just say? What did you say just now? Huh? About what? Just now, you asked me if there was something that I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it. Pork bone and ginger flavor. I wondered how it appeared in the moment my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I had lost all sense of balance. Why do you know that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly did buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know that? Why, I wonder. Quite strange, isn't it? Isn't it? How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the doors suddenly were no longer protecting me. How do you know? Why do you know? Answer me. You bought them at 7th Mart, didn't you? A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that? I was behind you, following the whole time. What are you saying? I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time. That's because Rena was right behind Keiichi-kun's back the whole time. Like that night I was observed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there. standing behind the door. Behind me. Standing there. Just like that. When Keiichi was picking out the noodles, I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you? Then your mom got angry. If you were going to pick the blah blah blah. If you were going to pick the expensive ones, then you should just pick one type, she said. And Keiichi-kun picked out the big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that he loved so much, didn't he? I like it too. Pork bone noodles. But I could never eat a whole big bowl myself. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With that fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then, I could understand what Rina was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Rena advanced. So, Keiichi-kun, can you open this? We can eat dinner together. I'm sure it's going to be delicious, so... Okay? Rena's pale and slender fingers squirmed through the crack of the door one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. She was doing her hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart. Trying again and again. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light. Open up, Keiichi-kun. Please go away. I beg you. Please go away. How can you say something so mean, I wonder? I wonder. Please go away. Go away. The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering. It just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands and planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing, and the source of that was Rena's fingers. Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway. It hurts. It hurts, Keiichi-kun. It hurts. It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Go away. Go away. I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that was why the door wasn't closing. It really hurts, Keiichi-kun. I'm sorry if I was messing around too much. I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what was happening. It didn't change any of what was done up until now. It didn't change anything. It hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away! Rena couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away. Go away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away. Go away. Now he's saying stop it. I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in their doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed silently and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. I made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Keiichi-kun, I'm sorry. Open up, Keiichi-kun. Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those pitiful words, they would forever seek my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. But that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I just felt a sort of hazy sense. I felt a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before, Mion had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. 1 step, 2 steps. With each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the heart lump I felt. There was something in my bed. It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. And with that, I'll be right back. I gotta feed my cat. Hello. The cats have been fed. Now we can go back to the story. It's scary so far. What's happening is so scary. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed. Excuse me. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Rena for so long, how did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward with 1 second every second. Wait, what? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time which felt frozen began moving once again. Hello? Oishi-san? Sorry to keep you waiting.
No, not at all. I didn't wait that long.
It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Oishi-san really was. Rena came just now.
Did she come to play?
I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san, but I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rena. That's right. I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Rena, but Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you can say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything, I definitely won't.
Regarding Rena Ryugu-san, I did a bit of digging. Yeah, well, it wasn't much.
I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend.
I want to know everything from your research. I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say though.
Oishi-san? I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said it. I think Rena Ryugu is suspicious. Even if the past incidents were from Oyashiro-sama's curse, Rena Ryugu is involved. Oh, this is the same sentence.
Do you have some sort of proof that makes you believe Rena-san is suspicious?
The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence.
I see.
I could tell even more over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed. Oishi-san.
You can't do anything without physical proof, can you?
What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine.
It's fine, Maibara-san. I'll protect you.
That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed, and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him. Whether I'm alive or dead may not be of use, may be of no concern to your investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relate to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position. So please tell me about Rena. Satoshi transferred out. Not too far in the future. I'll probably also do what Rena called transferring out as well. But you won't be able to find my curse. Oops, but you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet.
Alright, Maibara-san, please calm down.
I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bad Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then I, at least, wanted to know about what school happened. Oh, whoops. Then I at least wanted to know about what happened before Rena transferred schools.
You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right?
Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. Right now, to me, there is nothing that I'll find uninteresting. Please.
There are a few things I'd need you to agree to.
Okay?
Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested?
It might not be true.
I don't understand what you mean. There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hinamizawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Thus, Rena Ryugu has never been linked to any of the investigations. Basically, you see,
this isn't an investigation of Rena done by the police, and is a personal inquiry, is what you're telling me?
This'll make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of it is from either phone calls or meetings and interviews, so they aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take this all with a grain of salt, is what I mean. Do we have an agreement?
All of it is just from what you've heard?
Yes, my apologies. It's all my personal investigation, you see?
That thing.
Before, you said you saw Rena's chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that.
Rena's chart? What chart? Oh, doctor. Yes, the doctor chart. Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line.
I told you that too? Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that.
He's pulling back. What the heck? Hang on, I need to drink tea because my voice is killing me. I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all. Please tell me, Oishi-san.
Understood. Oh,
He did not fold. No, he folded so quick, I mean. Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Rena lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture after she finished elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Hang on, I'm gonna read this real quick. Right after transferring, they said. Then Rena confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was all that he knew.
there isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, my Bar-san. Then what part did you investigate further?
I didn't need to ask. It was the incident that happened just after she was transferred.
The incident Rena was responsible for, and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct? Yes. Oh, after you learned about that, you started suspecting Rena and the others, didn't you? Yes, I did suspect them. So, they're the ones after all? No, that's not what I meant by suspect them.
Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring.
Then who did you suspect? That it was Oyashiro-sama. Huh? That Oyashiro-sama's curse really exists.
What?
Yeah, right. Well,
Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry. Certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation. About the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance. The course of events up until the start of delving into Rena's past. Just then, there was a thunder in the distance, and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning. Rain so heavy it felt like it could beat you down. I had left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly.
What is it? Nothing. It suddenly started raining heavily. Sorry. Please continue.
I got up while still on the phone and closed the window.
I said at the beginning it was an incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk, regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it had permanent damage. It could have been the school, or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologist was very strict about their professional ethics.
That's so weird. It could have been the school, or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Now, that is really strange. That's not normal. What the heck? Ow, I drank the tea too fast. That's really weird. That's not normal.
Hello? My Bar-san? Can you hear me?
There was a figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In the shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room. Focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be that at this time I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I would have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that. Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something. She was repeating something. What was it? Was she repeating to me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window, fixated on her?
Hello? Mayabara-san. Can you hear me? Hello?
I'm sorry.
Oh, Mayabara-san.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hello? Mayabara-san? What's the matter?
Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apologies still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please, please stop. Why did I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. 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 I won't forgive.
Mayabara-san, if you can hear me, then please respond. Hello?
And that was the end of that scene. That's kinda crazy. So, that's just weird. There's even with the whole Oyashiro-sama happening and stuff, there's someone that does not want this to go out. I think that's the weirdest part too. There's something bigger at play here. I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. I tried to stay awake all night, but there were definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in panic all night. I spent all night hugging the metal bed and sat on the top of the futon I used to barricade my door. Waiting, watching just in case someone tried to break in through my window. If I left the spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying and attack me. But if I stopped watching the window, someone would break through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. The thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking that risk, I didn't need it. It was so much better to just stay awake, At some point, during the endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, lights began to shine outside. But that was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was just the sun simply having risen. I snuck a peek through the curtains. Rena was gone. I couldn't see her anywhere, no matter how hard I looked. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. The night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. I still had time. But I needed to make my own breakfast, so I'd better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. With my mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house was incalculable, so staying holed up in here was probably my safest option. But staying here wouldn't solve anything. Oishi-san wouldn't help me without cold, hard evidence. Neither he nor my parents. So unless I found some sort of proof, these relentless nights would never end. I stretched my body, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes just like I did every morning. I regulated my breathing and regained my senses. Calm down, Keichi Maebara. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set their trap for me. But that didn't mean I was going to just twiddle my thumbs. I needed to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates of any car that drives by. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothes and face. I wasn't just protecting myself. I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when two samurai were both aiming to slay each other with a single motion as they drew their katanas. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. Alright, let's go to school. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please lend me your strength and entrust your dying regrets to me, since you were probably murdered. I'll make sure I'll dispel them. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. It was still early. Of course, I was going to school by myself today. If I didn't want to run into Rena or Mio, I needed to leave now. The shattered fragments of the cupboard were still strewn all over the entryway. Right, I meant to clean that up last night, but never got around to it with the phone call and everything. If my parents came back and saw this while I was at school, I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up right now, and considering what would happen if I ran into Rena or Mion, it wouldn't be too late to clean it up after I got home. Making extra certain that the doors were locked, I left the house. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today, I was going to school in a tracksuit, but wearing a different outfit this morning, my mind was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. I had a hunch. Today it might be the day I get killed. Keep your guard up, Keichi Maebara. But he said that yesterday too. The only one who gets to decide if today is my last is me. Oh, that's a really cool line. Right? Because it puts into perspective. You know, we say things like, oh, we're so over, or we're so screwed. But it's not over until we declare that it's over. So until then, we are still back. I feel like Keiichi would say something like this. I spent the morning practicing my swing like it was my natural routine. After a while, Rena arrived at school. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Rena said nothing about last night, as if it never happened, but I could see that those events were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. I just heard her telling Satoko and the others that the bandages were from hurting herself in the kitchen. Though, it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oishi-san shared about Rena's incident before her transfer played vividly in my mind. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Rena as a cute, ideal girl. Kei-chan, I see you're still aiming for the nationals. It was Mion. I had already sensed her approach, so I wasn't that surprised. Oh, Mion, if you understand, then leave me alone. I'm busy practicing. I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even larger swing, tactically, keeping Mion from getting any closer. Hey, Kei-chan, take it easy. I think Mion got the message, but she still urged me to give it a rest. Homeroom's not that far off, is it? Just let me finish practicing. I swung the bat even harder as a sign of my refusal. Kei-chan, when did you get into baseball?
Just recently.
Recently? You mean yesterday?
Don't ask if you already know. Oh dear, that's a very unsportsmanlike reply.
You're distracting me. Go away. I ignored Mion and kept swinging. Normally she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this. Mion just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility, but we were at school in plain view. I doubt she'd suddenly attack me here. Or was that too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out.
You need me for something, right? What is it?
Sweat poured from me as I stopped swinging. I noticed that my shoulders were heavy. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. I cursed my lack of exercise. At this rate, I might not be able to move as needed when the time came. I should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina, in addition to the excuse for carrying the bat around with me. Well, it's nothing important. If you're tired, I can ask again later. Now is fine. I'm only dealing with you right now because I judged this situation to be safe. Talking to you alone and away from others? That's out of the question. Well, Mion was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words, but unlike Oishi-san, it didn't look like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. Mion was puzzled, trying to find the right thing to say. Excuse me. But then she gave a hearty laugh to break out of that mire. This old man's just no good at this stuff. Having a poor vocabulary hurts. What's this all of a sudden? If you have something to say, just say it. Stop it. Stop that swinging. She cut straight to the point. Her request was so frank, I didn't understand it for a moment. I had already stopped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I? I just stopped, didn't I? That's not what I meant. I want today to be the last day you swing that bat. I'm sorry. It took me some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with swinging a bat? Why? It's none of your business, isn't it? I'm not bothering anyone, am I? You are. Mion said it flat out. This didn't make any sense, and that was really irritating.
When did I bother anybody?
Mion was at a loss for words, but she finally made up her mind and spoke. Though she stuttered as she said it.
Because Kei-chan, that's someone else's bat. You shouldn't borrow it without permission. It was left behind by a student who transferred, right? I'm just borrowing it until he comes back for it. Huh? Oh, yeah. He transferred.
Mion grew uncharacteristically flustered. That made it all too clear that his transfer was a lie.
But strange, isn't it? For the older brother to transfer by himself, while his little sister stayed behind.
Mion couldn't hide her reactions as my words shook her up.
Kei-chan? You knew? Satoshi Hojo. Satoko's older brother, right? The one demoned away last year?
Unable to respond to that, Mion fell silent.
Rena asked the same thing. Why did you start swinging that bat? She told me Satoshi did the same thing, practicing his swings right before he went missing. So, is this some kind of omen for Oyashiro-sama's curse?
Shh. Mion panicked and I looked around. Please, Kei-chan, don't mention Oyashiro-sama so recklessly. I don't believe in him, but the others very much do. Rena especially.
Dangerously so?
Anyway, you're scaring everyone. If you're just fooling around, then stop it. You have to stop acting like Satoshi. I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank for taking up this bad in this first place? But it still unsettled me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decisions. I'll say this now.
I'll say this now. I don't know anything about Satoshi. After all, you didn't tell me anything about him.
We didn't mean to hide it.
You were hiding the incidents that happen every year, weren't you?
That's because we didn't want to,
You didn't want to scare me? That's your reason for leaving me out?
No, we didn't mean to.
Mion, I asked you directly if something happened at the dam, didn't I? And you told me nothing happened. And when someone was dismembered and murdered, you lied to me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you.
Friends don't hide things from each other, right? Isn't that right? Then you all aren't my friends.
Kei-chan, Mion looked helpless and flustered. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I never could have imagined Mion acting like this.
Oh, by the way, those get well mochi you brought the other day? They were good. I thought I was going to bleed. Who did it? You? Or Rena?
Me. She admitted it so easily. I couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was.
You could have killed me. How could you do that to a friend?
But it was just a little prank. Mion gave me a wry smile, mixed with confusion, causing even more anger to well up inside me. Could it be that Mion did not know about the needle? Could it be that maybe... Could it be that Mion did not know about the needle? And maybe the needle was actually, 'cause she said that the mochi was made by her grandma too, and Rena also made it, and so did Mion. The needle could just very well be what the grandma did too. You think that was a prank? I grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. It was a needle. A sewing needle. If I had swallowed that and it lodged in my throat, what did she think would happen? Mion's face froze as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't the Mion Sonozaki I knew anymore.
Anyways, you're not my friend. There's no reason for me to listen to someone who's not my friend. So, just leave me alone for a while.
Wait a minute. The thing is, he never mentions it to her that... He never mentions that there was a needle in the mochi. And so, she doesn't know either. So this is like an actual misunderstanding. Mion wasn't replying anymore. What the heck?
It won't be that easy to erase me, you know. The cops have been on to you from the start. So don't think you can make me disappear like you did Satoshi.
Wow, what the heck? Keichi, stop! This isn't you! I said it clearly. This was my declaration of war.
I think you guys are suspects in the previous incidents too.
Yikes! Oh my god, Keiichi! Stop! Oh my god, Keiichi, stop!
I also know you spent a lot of time with the cops ever since the anti-dam movement. Don't think you can hide it from me. Got that?
How did you know? Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. That's so sad. That was when I heard the principal ringing the bell for school. It was time for morning homeroom.
Let's go. The class representative needs to be there, right?
At that moment, for the first time, I realized Mion was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks. That's so sad. You're so mean, Kei-chan.
Me.
I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel guilty.
I'm going. Don't be late for homeroom.
I left Mion still shaking as I turned around to head for the entrance. I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint murmur. It was a faint mutter as she was speaking to herself. So that's how it is.
Huh?
She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mion talking to herself. But it was a sobbing voice that had a kind of giddy, cursing tone. I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her. So it was that bastard. He leaked it all to Kei-chan. She balled up her fists as her tears continued to rain down. She glared at a spot at the ground with a terrifying yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down my spine from that demonic expression. This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from Rena's. I should have killed him back then. He forgot the mercy I showed him just because he was going to retire this year. Retiring this year. Was she talking about Oishi-san? Damn it. Damn it. I'm going to kill that damn old man. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Felt like the air itself had been distorting. With Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral, bending, whirling. This has to be the first time I'd known, no, experienced, such a visage. Rise, attention! Mion had made up an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Rena nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Neither Satokor nor Rika-chan looked me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't felt hurt. That means that everyone also heard or saw this confrontation happen with Mion and Keichi. I can't imagine how it must feel for everyone too. Like, I know that Keiichi is going through it. I'm also just wanting to add to that it must be really painful for Satoko to see Keiichi too. Because here's okay, so I did watch the anime, but it's been a hot minute, so I can't really remember. So I am gonna mention this just as an observation. I imagine that Satoko kind of adopted Keiichi as her big brother because their relationship is very sibling-like. Like, especially if there's anybody in chat that has the experience of having an older brother. Older brothers do tend to kind of tease you and play pranks on you, and you just whatever Satoko and Keiichi has, that's a very brotherly older brother and younger sister relationship that they have. So I imagine that even though Keiichi had given her such like a pleasant experience of having an older brother again, because her older brother isn't here anymore, because Kei-chan gave her that experience, I bet she was like really comforted by his presence. But with the circumstances that were happening as of recently, I imagine that it's like really hard for Satoko, who has to see Kei-chan tweak and also act like her brother days before he disappeared. Like, that must be very triggering. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The months since I transferred in had been almost too much fun. That was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today it felt oddly refreshing. Excuse me. The bell rung, sounding the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense, yet so dull. Since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories if they asked me to join in the club activities, I promptly started preparing to go home without even looking at them. I stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag, wrapped my hand around Satoshi's now familiar bat, and began heading towards the entrance. I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today and the tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow. But deep down inside of me, far beneath in the recesses of my heart, achingly I knew this would be the last day of the cycle. I couldn't tell how the ending would be, whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless of my current state, there was something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? How did it come to this? Why? For what purpose? The sunlight was relentless. The sun, The heat, even the air, they wouldn't give me my answers. Or could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? Somewhere, mixed in with their shrieks, Tomitake-san and Satoshi were also probably trying to tell me something. I simply haven't been able to realize it yet. When I do realize it, I wonder if I will be amongst the Higurashi, fruitlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down at my feet, I saw Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. There was still much of the summer left, yet this one was already chirping its last song. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened. But I had to try. There's symbolism here, cause I believe Higurashi are cicadas, and if I recall what I know about cicadas, they don't live for very long. I believe they only live for 2 years. Let me look it up. And so this is very... Oh wow, I'm looking at the lifespan. Yeah, it says 2 years, but it says 2 to 17 years. Holy crap. Some of these cicadas could be older than your siblings, probably. But anyway, it's very symbolic because he did say that he felt like today was gonna be the end of his life. He probably feels like a kinship towards the cicada. But I had to try. I had to try to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me. At that moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased all at once, as if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who had brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. Everyone who dies, their soul gets stuck into the Higurashi. Tomitake has become a cicada. A presence was approaching. The sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me by ending their chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. It's also important to note that I believe cicadas are mostly... Actually, let me double check. Aren't they mostly... like... male? The ones that can make noises are male, but I want to double check. Maybe I'm wrong. Cicada. Cicada. Can somebody help me? Ah, there it is. Yeah. Here is how to tell the difference between a male cicada and a female cicada, and says for most species, and you guys will not believe who wrote this article. This article was written by cicadiamania.com. That's amazing. Cicada mania. Okay, number 1, only males sing. If a cicada is singing, it is a male. Yeah, so this further proves my point that Tomitake-san and Satoshi have their souls were ripped out of their bodies and they were shoved into a cicada. Maybe the one that he found on the floor was Tomitake-san. Wee.
Keichi, it's me. I'm inside the cicada. You must leave Hinamizawa before they turn you into a cicada.
My exhaustion left in a heartbeat. In its place was a rush of adrenaline that sharpened all of my senses. I was just barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back for long. But in this moment, when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to retain my composure. I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly amongst the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Could I get them to pass by me? No, since I was able to hear their footsteps, they were probably also able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell that I'd hidden myself and was holding my breath. The person tailing me. Was it Rena, just like yesterday? If it was Rena, I wouldn't hold back. I could just yell at her and make her go ahead like yesterday. If it wasn't Rena, it would depend on how they acted, I guess. The footsteps ambled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bed. I could tell that the fear that I had beaten back once was now waiting for another opening to come at me. Who could it be? I peeked out from behind the tree at the person following me. Oh! My imagination hadn't led me astray. It was Rena. There was a bit of relief as I realized it was someone I knew, but that feeling left me in an instant. This wasn't the same Rena that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless, but her mouth appeared as if it was carved into a crescent. Yes, it looked like she was grinning slightly. And in her right hand was an axe. I hid myself behind the tree once again and recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? The embodiment of terror laid bare. Baseball, practicing my swing, there were tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat. But for that axe, there was no excuse for that. An axe just like that. Keiichi-kun, are you playing hide and seek, I wonder? I wonder. My heart was pounding, hard enough that I had trouble breathing. What little composure I had been able to hold on to was now crushed. In its place, a cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good. I wasn't able to hide myself completely. She already knew I was here. Were you trying to scare me? I wonder. I decided that it would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still space between us, than to allow Rena to come any closer. Oh, someone please notice. I adjusted my grip on the bat again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree. I found you, Keiichi-kun. Rena was pleased that she found me, eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Those eyes, they were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Again, not good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of viscous, hot and cold substance began spreading around. If I allowed it, that substance would slip into my bloodstream and undoubtedly freeze all of the organs in my body. Not good. Not good. I'll be devoured by Rena at this rate. Strike back. Don't lose. What is it? I blustered, hiding behind my bravado, but Rena didn't flinch one bit. Just the same as Keiichi-kun. I'm heading home. Then what about that axe? Then what about that bat you're holding? I'm practicing my swing. Then I'm treasure hunting. Rena gave a flippant explanation as to why she had such a fearsome weapon. Treasure hunting? At the treasure mountain near the dam site, I found a new cute thing, so I needed this to dig it out. How could I believe that? You wouldn't believe it, would you? I don't know how to... I can't laugh. Rena's laugh was obviously very strange. I'd seen Rena's transformation many times before, but the one today was completely different. Like her mischievous tone and the shrewd glint in her eyes. It wasn't something that roundabout. I'm not sure what to say. It was just so obvious. Wait, Keiichi-kun. Rena didn't stop walking, even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Rena would get too close to me, I would scurry away and turn back towards her. This cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Rena and was trying to escape. Don't follow me! I can't do that. My house is this way after all. When I met with Rena on this road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands. But today was different. Rena didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one cowering? If the way home for Rena and me was the same, that's fine. I'd just change my route. That'd work out, wouldn't it? I turned onto a side street I've never been down and knew little about. But Rena saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Why? Why? Aren't you going home? Then just go home the street you normally do. Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? Those thoughts screamed in my head and eventually spilling out of my mouth. Why are you following me? The tone of my voice was already tinged with terror. Because I want to talk to Keiichi-kun. Keiichi-kun wants to talk to Rena too, doesn't he? Doesn't he? I don't want to talk about anything with you. That's a lie, isn't it? There's something you want to ask me about, isn't there? Not at all. I have nothing to talk to you about. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Lies! Rena's scream echoed, startling some nearby birds into flight. I cringed in fear. The only other thing I could do was increase my pace. Let's talk, Keiichi-kun. Talk. Talk. Why was I running down this unfamiliar and deserted street? Doesn't Keiichi-kun have something he's worried about? Nothing at all. I'm not worried about anything. Lies. Even though I was running, even though Rena was walking, why wasn't I getting any further away? I know. I know. I really do know. You're scared, aren't you, Keiichi-kun? I'm not scared. I'm not scared of anything. Lies. My breathing grew heavy and it felt like my breathing grew heavy and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Rena wasn't even breaking a sweat. I'll listen. This time I'll listen. I had no idea what she was talking about or what exactly she wanted to do. This time, I'll listen. It will be different from the time with Satoshi-kun. When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment. But even as I did that, Rena was still advancing. I couldn't afford to stop. Satoshi-kun was worried too. It looked like he was having such a hard time. But I didn't listen. I was so sad. Where did this street connect to? All these twists and turns, ups and downs. It was hard to believe that this was even remotely in the direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out the window. I really regretted it when Satoshi-kun transferred out. I thought that if I had listened, he may not have transferred out. I really regretted that. The road led me deeper into the forest. Wasn't I getting farther away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about it. But despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly calm. So you see, I vowed that if there was someone struggling like Satoshi-kun did, I'd save them. I don't want to see anyone transfer out again. Damn it. What does transfer even mean? I won't let you transfer me. I won't end up the same as Satoshi. Come on, Keiichi-kun, talk to me. I'll be able to understand you, Keiichi-kun. I'm your ally. I started wheezing out of breath. My lungs were so hot that they felt like they were going to explode, and my heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. I couldn't even afford to scoff at that stupid thought. If Keiichi-kun doesn't have anything to worry about, he'll go back to normal. Everyone will go back to being friends, and we can enjoy club activities again. Next time we'll team up and beat Mi-chan. Yeah, how much fun that would be. Rena couldn't even imagine how much I had wished I could turn back the clock on these past few days. You could be nice to me too. You could be nice to me again too. I want to go searching for treasure again. This time, I'll prepare a nice lunch. Actually, we could just go right now. Let's go up to the dam site together. I'll show you the cute thing I just found. I'm sure you'll like it too. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and faltered. Hot on my heels, Rena's steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Rena. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think of what the end could entail. Just that if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. It didn't matter how it was going to end, I wouldn't let it end. Not without knowing anything. Not yet. That momentary lapse was all it took. Of all the things that could have happened, my knees buckled underneath me and I crumbled towards the ground. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up, but Rena was already standing right in front of me. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, Rena was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all. Rather, I couldn't even sense if her heart was beating. Are you afraid of something, I wonder? It's not like you to tremble, Keiichi-kun. Her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes, that mask of affection. As she admonished me for trembling, Rena's hands deftly slipped over her head. The blur of arms as they moved made me feel as if I was watching. The blur of arms as they moved made me feel as if I was staring at the godliness of the thousand-armed Buddha. Then, as both of her hands met above her head, the axe that she held came into focus. I stared up at it in disbelief. It was all I could do. Tell me what happened to Satoshi. Rena stayed like that, with the axe raised above her head, and solemnly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she was never to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions. I told you, Satoshi-kun transferred out. Enough of that transfer crap. It means demoned away, doesn't it? Doesn't it? You can tell me now, can't you? Who made Satoshi disappear? Was it you? Mion? Or someone in the village? Answer me! I became frantic the more I screamed. But Rena did nothing but maintain the smile frozen on her face. I have no idea what Keiichi-kun is talking about. Then I'll say it in a way so you do.
Who is the perpetrator of this chain of mysterious deaths?
You seem to be confused, Keiichi-kun. What? There is no human perpetrator. Everything is by Oyashiro-sama's will.
Isn't Oyashiro-sama's curse just superstition? You believe in that too?
It's not about believing or not. Oyashiro-sama exists. Period. Rena's gaze grew even more... I don't know what this word is. The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything. There's just no way that something like Oyashiro-sama could exist. Excuse me. You don't believe in Oyashiro-sama? There's no way I could believe it. There's no way it could exist. It exists. Oyashiro-sama exists. Keiichi-kun have felt it. Keiichi-kun should have felt it personally. I never felt something like that. Keiichi-kun, haven't you felt someone apologizing to you before? Constantly on top of that? All noise from the outside world disappeared. Only Rena's voice resounded loudly and terribly. You see, until you forgive them, they'll always be with you. At school, at home, at your bedside. I couldn't understand what Rena was saying. They came to me too. Oyashiro-sama did. That's why I transferred and came back to Hinamizawa. I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean? What was Rena saying? Hasn't Oyashiro-sama come to you as well, Keiichi-kun? I'm probably the only one you can confide in. I won't let you transfer out. Okay? Rena's demented laughter clanged around inside my head. Was Rena saying Oyashiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. Last night, I had heard about that when I asked about Rena.
Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested?
Oishi-san began speaking.
Neither the victims nor the school filed a complaint, so there's no Neither the victims nor the school filed a complaint, so there's no preliminary report. Basically, the police hadn't intervened in this matter. So, all of these details are just what I heard from those involved, meaning it's not that credible.
You said there were victims? Didn't Rena just break all the windows?
No. Rena Ryugu had attacked 3 boys using a metal bat. 2 of them made it out with only bruises, but the other had been injured so badly that one of his eyes was permanently damaged.
Wouldn't that be considered assault? Shouldn't the police have arrested her?
For whatever reason, the victim never pressed charges. There was no report to the police, so...
They were beaten with the bat and suffered significant injuries. Normally there would be a criminal investigation. But why didn't they press charges?
I tried asking the 3 male victims for their side of the story, but they were all reluctant.
Probably NDA?
It's hard to say, but they were all afraid. Even after she had transferred schools.
Oishi-san,
could you summarize it starting from the beginning?
Rena hit people
while she broke the windows?
Oh. Rena hit people while she broke the windows? Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? They sounded similar, but the meanings were drastically different.
On an undisclosed date, Rena Ryugu was conversing with 3 male students, close friends of hers, near the pool storage shed. Who were those 3? I can't reveal their names, but they were close to Rena Ryugu, and it seems they were a group of friends. She was the lone girl in their group. So it wasn't strange that the 4 of them were together. So what happened? I don't know the reason why. She took the baseball team's bat that was in the pool storage shed and beat the 3 of them down one after the other. What?
There were no witnesses. This was an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day, after school, Rena and 3 male students were at the pool storage shed talking together. They weren't seeking help, rather they usually met up there. It appears it became a heated discussion. If it's a heated discussion, maybe something led up to this moment, right? At that time, Rena underwent a change. The change was so abrupt that the 3 of them didn't comprehend what was happening. Then, after taking the metal bat, she attacked her friends, one after the other. Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes on their head, she made her way towards the school building. Then, she broke the glass windows one after the other. A few minutes later, a teacher appeared on scene and subdued her.
What was this change Rena underwent? What matches up in the statements from the 3 was a sudden change. The point that there was a transformation.
Transformation. I also could recall Rena's transformation. I'd seen that change many times before. Excuse me? It was so different from the usual Rena that I couldn't help but believe it was someone else who looked like Rena.
That transformation they're talking about, had it happened before? No, there was nothing like that. As far as I could find out, in her medical history and past, there was nothing like that. Does that happen often, where people change suddenly like Rena did? Of course it does. There are plenty of psychological phenomena that could cause something like that. Then, you're saying that there was a dormant element in Rena that caused that transformation? I cannot say that for certain, but according to the statements of her friends, it's hard to believe she had such a side to her.
Kind, caring, adorable. Even before she transferred here, she was probably pretty popular in school like she was now. That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat. Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I myself sometimes believe that I was mistaken. Blah, blah, blah. Let me start that all over. That girl That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat. Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I myself sometimes believe that I was mistaken for thinking that Rena, even now.
Then, what happened after that? There was a hospital right across from the school, so the 3 of them were carried in and treated quickly. What about Rena? What about the police? Why wasn't there a criminal investigation? You see, the police can't get involved unless they are called. Even though one was badly injured with permanent damage, why didn't they file charges? That's what caught my attention as well. Either some threat or pressure was placed on them, or they had a reason they couldn't file charges even if they wanted to.
I was gonna say maybe it's because they couldn't explain why, but I don't think that matters. Why didn't they file charges? Threat or pressure was placed on them? Was Rena maybe being watched?
we're talking about you after all. Of course you looked into it, didn't you? Well, yeah, but I told you at the beginning, didn't I? That the victims were all very reluctant to talk. They didn't want to touch on the matter, or rather, they didn't want to be involved.
Reluctant to talk, didn't want to touch it, didn't want to be involved. It resembled the villagers here and Oyashiro-sama's curse. Did the teacher at that
Did the teacher at that school tell you anything? A school is hallowed ground. You could say they tend to keep scandals under wraps. I didn't have a search warrant, so I had to tread lightly, you see.
Then there was no comment from the school.
No, they denied the incident even happened.
Oh, then maybe it was just the school trying to look scandal-free, basically.
It's just 3 male students were carried in for blunt force trauma that day. That's all there was in the hospital records.
The victims didn't speak. The school denied it happened. Then you don't know anything at all.
Yeah, I know nothing other than the incident itself had taken place. The victims also wished this incident to be kept from the public, so if you and I both forget about it, my Bar-san, then this incident would probably just fade away.
For a brief moment, we sat in silence. At first glance, it looked like a simple assault case, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. The depths were obscured by roiling waves sinking quietly into the void, as if never existed to begin with. After that,
she was suspended by the school, and during that time she underwent psychiatric counseling.
Did you hear anything from the doctor?
Again, they were very professional in regards to their ethics, or at the very least, very tight-lipped.
Nothing even after you showed them their badge?
I was told to get a warrant. The badge itself has no legally binding authority after all.
Then how did you know that Rena confessed that it was Oyashiro-sama who did it?
There was a nurse I asked in that department. She agreed to help me just from showing her my badge.
Then what did she say? Turns out that the nurse hadn't heard everything. Apparently, all that she remembered was that she overheard from inside the room.
The nurse said that at the time, Rena Ryugu was very calm and mild-mannered.
It was more like she was confessing her sins at church than a counseling session. She spoke with her mother there for some of, but partway through, her mother was asked to leave, so it became a private counseling session between just the doctor and Rena for a while.
The part with Oyashiro-sama, did that pop up? Partway through, she screamed the name suddenly. That startled the nurse, and that's why she started listening in.
It was Oyashiro-sama. Rena suddenly shouted that. I had no idea what was said before that, so I had no idea what the meaning behind it could have been. The doctor calmly and collectedly asked Rena to have a seat. What is this Oyashiro-sama you speak of? Gently, ever so gently. The fundamentals of counseling were believing what you were told. Whoever abandons Hinamizawa will be hunted down by Oyashiro-sama. And they've finally gotten to me. That's the town you lived in before you moved here, isn't that right, Ryuko-san?
Maybe I should voice act this part.
I didn't want to move, but because of my mom and dad's circumstances, we had to. But Oyashiro-sama wouldn't allow it. Ryuko-san must have lots of friends in Hinamizawa. Even now, you must be missing them dearly, don't you think? I want to go back. Back to Hinamizawa. No, it's not that I want to go back. I have to go back. I should have gone back much sooner, but now it's too late. Oyashiro-sama has come. Oyashiro-sama is the name of the god in Hinamizawa, isn't that right? Everyone knows it's Hinamizawa's guardian deity, and if you ever try abandoning Hinamizawa by leaving, you'll incur his wrath. You had moved quite a while ago, didn't you? Then, it was just now that this god has arrived, is what you're saying? You might not believe me, but Oyashiro-sama... What did you say? But Oyashiro-sama exists. That nurse was then asked by another nurse to do something and left the room. That was all she remembered. That it was Oyashiro-sama's doing, right?
I do believe there is that kind of superstition in Hinamizawa. That if you leave the village, then you incur Oyashiro-sama's curse. You should be familiar with this part, Maebar-san.
I knew very well what those scorned by the village incurred. To hinder the dam construction project, they cursed the construction foreman to his death. Then, the following year, Satoko's parents, supporters and leading advocates for the dam, were cursed to their death. But this was the first time I've heard of the curse incurred by leaving the village. This is my first time hearing that. I can understand outside threats being cursed by the village, but why also villagers who leave? Normally people who believe villages aren't supposed to be cursed, right? I know it's a bit strange to say it, but I could see it as a rule that the people who come in are the ones who would be cursed. Far from Jupiter, far from Miss Thunder, curses weren't something to chase after people that they leave, were they? Oishi-san pondered for a bit over on the other end of the receiver, then began speaking again.
Well, I told you of long ago when Hinamizawa was called Onigafuchi, didn't I?
Oh, I forgot about this part. I recalled hearing that. Long ago, Hinamizawa was feared and respected as the village of ogres. The villagers at the foot of the mountains worshipped the ogres, so Onigafuchi was hallowed ground that you could never enter. It came to be said that if you entered carelessly, you were cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Those who set foot in Onigafuchi, in other words, Hinamizawa, would be cursed. I could understand that.
I know that, but for leaving to also be no good, that's... Also, the ogres, you see, they were being strictly watched by Oyashiro-sama so they would not enter into our world. So in other words, Oyashiro-sama probably restricted interaction between Onigafuchi and the rest of the world.
I see. I finally understood what sort of thing Oyashiro-sama was.
So, basically, Oyashiro-sama is more like a warden than a protectorate deity, I guess, trying to keep this place isolated from the rest of the world. I guess that's how it would seem. I'm sorry, I don't know very much myself. This is mostly what was passed on to me from my grandmother.
Was your grandmother like, did she live here or something? She seems to be very familiar. Maybe she lived in the outskirts of Hinamizawa, or in the neighboring city. That's why she knows so much about it, because of the rumors that would spread. I could understand it a bit better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinamizawa would be cursed, and those who tried to leave would also be cursed. So because Rena originally lived in Hinamizawa and moved away, she fulfilled the requirements for being cursed.
So that means because Rena moved away against its wishes, she was cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Is that what it adds up to? In short, that seems to be what it points to, I guess. As a matter of fact, soon afterwards they did move back to Hinamizawa after all.
Those who abandoned Hinamizawa and left were cursed. But then, why only Rena? Shouldn't Rena's parents also have been guilty of the same transgression by moving away and have been cursed? Also, in this day and age in Japan, shouldn't there be a lot of people coming and going? If every single one of them was cursed, then it'd be insane. But in reality, it wasn't that big of a deal at all. At most, there would be one person dying and one disappearing on the day of the Watanagashi. I don't like saying at most though.
Well, anyways, there's a lot I still don't know. Even if Oyashiro-sama's curse, even if it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, it doesn't add up to why her classmates, the victims who were beaten with a metal bat, wouldn't press charges. You don't think the victims were cowering because they believed that a terrible curse had befallen them, do you?
Of course, I didn't want to believe it. But more importantly, I had just realized something else. There was another bizarre connection that Rena made between Oyashiro-sama's curse and metal bats. Satoshi fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse and went missing. I had recently learned that Satoshi had also become infatuated with the metal bat right before he disappeared. Just like me. Then Rena as well. She was affected by Oyashiro-sama's curse. She confessed that much to the doctor. And the weapon she had used at the time of that horrendous act was once again a metal bat. And finally, me. I'd encountered various things that were inexplicable, and now I was holding on to a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. It couldn't be. Had the same thing happened to Rena? But there was one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case. That being, Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse, but Rena was still here. Both of them had fallen victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse, yet they were met with different endings. It's true, why is Rena still around then? And finally me. I couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. Rena, Satoshi, finally me. Could it be that I was really under Oyashiro-sama's curse right now? No, more importantly than that, what should I do now? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanishing without a trace. Rena was fine. Fine? Rena had undergone a change. I could only believe that there was something that wasn't Rena residing within her. And here, right now, it was standing before me. Rena, please tell me, what will happen to me? Rena stood imposingly, not answering. Satoshi disappeared. But Rena didn't disappear, so what will happen to me? I had never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. It had become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of feeling. Don't worry, I'll save you. Rena took one step forward, still holding the axe high above her head. Now then, one step closer and Rena's face spread out to fill my vision. Speak. One step closer. Rena's nose was close enough to touch mine and was still pushing closer. There's something you want to say, isn't there? I'll listen. I'll save you, okay? Speak, okay? Speak. I slumped down, landing squarely on my butt. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do to get as far away from Rena. Oh my god. I had the gut feeling that I couldn't let her laughter end, because when that laughing ended, the moment I picked up that feeling, my body moved by instinct. I sprang to my feet so fast, even I couldn't believe it, and pushed Rena away with both hands. Rena was as light as a feather. Thrown about by the unbalanced weight of the axe, she was sent backwards as if she had been carried off by the wind. After confirming that out of the corner of my eye, I dashed off at full speed. I was the perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Get away from Rena. Run away. Survive. I couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I remembered I'd been holding onto the bat the entire time. Such a worthless weapon. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon at such an important time. I sped even further down the winding path. I didn't even feel myself gasping for breath or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I could hear the laughter of that simulacrum of Rena coming from behind me. It rang through the trees and in my head, and slowly chiseled away at my sanity. The grove of the trees thinned out, my field of vision suddenly expanding. Where was this? For a moment I was bewildered by the scenery I felt I knew, but couldn't quite remember. I quickly realized it was the damn site. The fact that I dashed madly and ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling, like I was following someone's scripted plot. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for someone on the run, but there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles in my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. If I stopped here, then they might not even be able to scream for much longer. Even still, I glanced back, looking for an excuse to rest. Rena wasn't here. Instead, I saw 2 villagers walking around. I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Rena, but a third party. Except the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in and of themselves, but it bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes. Empty-handed, they definitely gave the impression that they were just out for a walk. But at this time of day, 2 adults wandering around without purpose, it was enough to raise questions. But more than anything, those eyes. They weren't chit-chatting. They weren't chit-chatting while walking. They were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. Was I at the end of my rope and had finally started imagining things? I should run away. That was probably the best choice. If they weren't involved, I'd lose them easily by running. If they were part of the group after me, then they would come running after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Rena would catch up with me. That's right. I was going to run. Deciding that, the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me, as if they knew exactly what I was thinking. Somewhere inside me, I had jumped to the conclusion that Rena was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need fear or anything else. But right now, I realized just how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story Oishi-san told me about the demons all leaving the village to hunt prey floated through the back of my mind. I could tell they were both coming after me without even turning around because of their frenetic footsteps. It was frightening being unable to shake Rena off as she slowly closed in on me, but this didn't even compare. Being pursued with such violent ferocity. This straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuers' arms grazed my shoulder. Now, it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the distinct sound of their breathing that I could hear. No, I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were already right behind me. Calm down, Keichi Maebara. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still. No, it felt like time itself had stopped. I turned my head back slightly in that frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. I couldn't win against the legs of an adult. In less than the time it would take to blink twice. When this frozen time began moving again, they'd be right on top of me. On top of me, and then... Don't think about that, Keiichi. First, realize that you won't be able to shake them off like this. If the fact that you can't get away was a given, then you need to make a decision. Go with the right leg or go with the left. You just need to decide which one. Let's go with the left. The moment I decided that, the temporal singularity burst into pieces. Right. Left. I swung the bat in a wide arc with my right arm. Using the inertia, I stopped and suddenly spun. What? The two of them were clearly startled, momentarily losing sight of me. Both of their outstretched arms, ready to grab me, instead grasped at empty space. The man on the right, I applaud him being able to figure it out, spun around to the spot I shouldn't have been and faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. I didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seemed to have enough power behind it to knock him off his feet. But just knocking him down wasn't enough to scare him away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance and were ready to face me. I can't believe these two adults are gonna fight a child. This made me certain that they weren't just two people out for a walk. They were clearly after me. It felt much easier than dealing with Rena. Just by not recognizing their faces, by not knowing them, it made things easier. I smiled wryly on the inside. What do you want from me? Next one is going to be right in your face, you bastard. It's fine if it was just a bluff. By barking out at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spread out to either side of me with unbelievably calm expressions on their faces. One of them would grab onto my bat, and the other would hold me down. Was that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore in my body. Then, I just have to settle it with the first move. I'd step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right, who had already been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. There was no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. If they blocked it with their arm, their bone would snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, then it was possible that the blow would travel all the way to their vital organs. It looked like he was aware of this. He pushed farther through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist right into my gut. Not good. With this distance and this position and in this state, there was no way for me to dodge it. The world flipped upside down. I understood that I was being tossed around like a rag doll. I landed on the soft earth without a sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. It didn't hurt at all. But the moment I thought that, I suddenly felt a pain coming from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upwards, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. I knew very well that I didn't have the time to relish this experience. I stood up as quickly as I could, but at that moment the other man was already barreling toward me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I simply couldn't dodge it made it all the more upsetting. After plowing into my stomach full force once again, my assailant twisted around behind me and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by his immense strength. I couldn't even contemplate that I was being strangled or that I was about to go unconscious. My vision simply darkened, and a silent whining noise began playing deep inside my mind. It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, but I could feel that he was there. There was nothing I could do now. Unable to shake this arm off me, I couldn't run, I couldn't fight back. Dire straits. I couldn't even come up with a phrase that adequately described my situation. Oh no. Bro passed out. Chapter 12? I'm gonna drink some tea. Was it all a dream? A familiar ceiling. Oh, my throat. The smell of the bed and pillows. I knew them well. Was this my room? Normally, there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but their presence made me spring wide awake. When I did that, pain shot throughout my entire body. Feeling alright? I forgot her voice. Feeling... Wait, I got this? How? Feeling alright? I think you'd better just lie down for a bit. Why was Rena in my room? Blood began to surge throughout my muscles and capillaries? But Rena's smile belonged to the Rena I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way, but I relaxed, thinking that this version of Rena was safe. Why am I... Don't you remember? After losing consciousness, nothing at all. What happened? Did Keichi go out of bounds and then the admins knocked him out? My body had become more lethargic than I could ever have imagined. I guess that would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. I tried to at least clear my head, but I couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my mind. I can't do it. I called the doctor. He should be here soon. I think you'd better just lie down until then. I wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor, but knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring. Why am I here? I'm sure I was at the dam site. That's what I want to know. What happened? When I got there, Keiichi-kun was already passed out. That's why I'm the one who wants to know. I was attacked by two weirdos. As I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out. Recalling that memory and the terror that went along with it caused the fogginess around my head to clear right up. Let's forget about those two for now. I didn't expect Rena to be nursing me. I thought Rena was trying to kill me. She would have had the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, she had nursed me back to health. Amazing you could drag me all the way back here. Wasn't I heavy? Looking at Rena's delicate frame, it was hard to believe she had not only got me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor. Did she have some help? No, actually, I've got a sleeper build, Keiichi-kun. Don't you remember, Keiichi-kun? Rena appeared a bit surprised, but still kept her smile. I only propped you up on my shoulder. You said you could walk on your own, and that you were fine. You don't remember? I didn't remember. My memory was fuzzy after the point where I lost consciousness. What about those two? Huh? When you got there, Rena, the ones with me, or rather those two guys. There wasn't anyone. She said it bluntly. The way she stated it felt slightly unpleasant. I was too timid at the time. I might have been able to force some answers out of Rena. But if I did that, then this kind Rena might transform into a scary Rena who I didn't know. Fearing that, I didn't press any further. Thinking about it, it was the obvious choice. If both of those men were there, I don't think Rena would even have stood a chance. I couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after those two were already gone. But why beat you up and then dip? Rena was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly. And yet, I felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something. Something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face. That small omen sent shivers down my spine. While Rena was still Rena, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Rena stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wounds, so I should sleep. I'd like to go to the bathroom though. Sorry. Rena couldn't say anything else. While Rena stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone receiver in the living room. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang. It must have been the doctor Rena had called. It was strange for a patient to welcome in the doctor who was making a house call. But it would be incredibly reassuring to have him here for the considerable time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I carelessly opened the door with that simple assumption and regretted it almost instantly. Mion? Oh, you look just fine. I heard you collapsed, so I came to check up on you. How did you know I collapsed? I heard from Rena over the phone. Do I need any other reason than that? I understood why she would call a doctor, but why Mion too? Rena was descending the stairs behind me. Rena, doesn't Kei-chan look pretty alright? Sheesh, you made me worry for nothing. That's true. Maybe I was worried for nothing as well. They both began laughing. It appeared to be cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was darkness looming over them. Whoa, what's up with the shoe rack? How did it get like this? The shoe rack that I smashed to pieces have been like that since yesterday. I fell, you see, and the bed I was holding at the time slammed into it. This is what happens when you swing around something you're not used to handling. I kept the fact that it was none of her business to myself. But leaving it like this will really startle your parents when they get home. I'll fix it up for you later. Now, come on, Kei-chan. The terminally ill need their rest. Come, back in bed, back in bed. Whew. Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. I was pushed into my bed. As it was the first time Mion had been in my room, she began searching around it intently. She fiddled around my room and was scolded by Rena. You can imagine how that went. It was uncomfortable having my room poked around, but the conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During that innocent conversation, Mion said something as though it was perfectly ordinary. Rena, did you call the manager? Yup, right after I called Mi-chan. He said he'd be right over. Manager? That out-of-place word gave me a bad feeling. Rena called the doctor, then called Mion, and after that she called manager. Who was this manager? Since Rena and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt slightly odd. What are you two talking about? Who is this manager? Didn't you know, Kei-chan? We mean the manager when we say manager. Like the director of a movie. Or like a foreman of a construction site.
I dug through all of my memories for a manager who might have business with me. Only one thing came to mind. What Rena had just said. The construction site foreman. The very first victim of the first incident. The dismemberment at the damn construction site. That foreman? But that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. There's no way they could call him. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. What does that manager have to do with me? You said he was coming. Did you mean to my house? I asked one obvious question after another, but all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. There was a huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside me. I couldn't understand what Rena and Mion were talking about. Kei-chan, you've gone into baseball lately, haven't you? Pretty sure the manager will be happy to hear that. So who is this manager?
The manager is the excuse me. The manager is the manager.
So who is this manager?
And Rena laughed uncomfortably too long. Rena and Mion looked at each other and laughed haughtily. That disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. Oh my god. That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly.
Oh yeah, we should finish up before the manager comes. You remember, don't you, Kei-chan?
Her face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told a different story.
Remember what?
Keiichi-kun, had he forgotten, I wonder, about the penalty? About the penalty?
Did you really forget? The homework with the mochi. The homework where you were supposed to guess which one Rena made? You forgot about that homework, didn't you?
I certainly did have that homework, but I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found that sewing needle, so I wasn't able to answer which one Rena made. The penalty. For that? Why now? No doubt my question was written all over my face. Their answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. I began to think that this entire day was somehow insane, strange, incomprehensible. Being chased by Rena, attacked by strange men, the penalty Mion and Rena were talking about? What were these two laughing about? It didn't take that long for me to realize I had been dragged into an abnormal situation. Who were these two? Who were these people? Who were these doppelgangers of Rena and Mion? Rena had gotten behind me at some point. Why was she pinning my arms behind my back?
What are you doing?
Don't move, this is your penalty.
My body was already very sluggish, and Rena pinning my arms made it that much harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. My panic began to well up, and I realized this was well beyond the realm of jokes and pleasantries. This freakishly monstrous strength, it would have been impossible for the Rena that I knew. Then, these thin, frail arms grasping me firmly. Whose arms were they? Kei-chan, no struggling. Club rules, there are no exceptions. You can't fight against the penalty.
Mion. No, that Mion. That thing that looked like Mion. spoke to me like how Mion would speak to me. But I was certain that this was not Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion. Someone who was just pretending to be Mion. Need to finish this up before the manager comes. What is happening? Mion fished into her pockets and pulled out something bizarre. I could tell what it was just by looking. But for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it. What is that? It was a small syringe. It was a small, clear syringe like what a doctor would use when you went to him when you were sick. Rena held me even tighter, and I could hear that clattering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. That eerie laughter. It wasn't something that the Rena I knew could ever produce from her own throat. This thing that was pretending to be Rena. Was this their real laugh? Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mion was holding drew closer, and that needle tip was waving in front of my face countless times. Don't worry, don't worry. It won't hurt, it won't hurt. What are you planning on doing? What kind of sick joke is this? What are you saying, Kei-chan? You know exactly what's going on, don't you? About what? I don't understand any of this at all. I know you know. No use playing the fool this late in the game. Stop talking nonsense to try to confuse me. You're going to have done to you what happened to Tomitake-san. What? The same as Tomitake-san? I didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with the syringe? You're playing dumb, Keiichi-kun. You should have realized it by now. Oh, it's Rena. Rena whispered into my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? About what? What do you mean the same as Tomitake-san? That's how Tomitake-san died? Is Keiichi actually seeing Rena and Mion? Or is she seeing like a No, not a hallucination. Cause there's two people here, right? And then he ran into the two people from earlier. So is he hallucinating those two as Rena and Mion? But they're not actually Rena and Mion. I don't know. Cause I think we can come away from this that Keiichi is an unreliable narrator, right? So I'm trying to see like what is actually happening. Everyone thought at first that it was a hit and run. Except when the officer got closer to check if he was still alive, he soon noticed that it wasn't a normal situation. His throat was scratched out. From a knife or something? Oh, this is... yeah. No. Nails. Nails? Nails as in fingernails? With those gouged through? That's right. Tomitake-san had clawed out his own throat with his own nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then, for that to happen, we thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of that nature was detected. That's right. The police didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's system. Is this actually more closely related to Resident Evil than I thought? The police told me they didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's body. Wait. Oh, the two of them laughed together with that sickening laughter. Of course they'd laugh. To assume that such a medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it was completely foolish. They're kind of reminding me of the Oni or the ogre as my as Keichi and Oishi-san, like mentioned before. Meaning, the drug that caused Tomitake-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist. If Mion injected this into me, then that would probably be all the proof I needed. That would basically mean I'd end up the same as Tomitake-san. Become hysterical, scratching out my throat in my last moments, then die. For such an outrageous drug to exist, for Mion to be holding it, and that I was about to be injected with it. At that moment, I did not feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. What kind of idiot, when he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight for his face, had time to think about the reason as to why it's flying at him? Just give up. Alright then. Mion's actions lacked any gravitas, and that made it even more terrifying. There was none of the ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if she were brushing her teeth. Mion reached out with one hand and grabbed onto my chest. It felt like electricity had run through the back of my head and the entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast? Or did someone hit me really hard in the back of the head? Having lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. 'Cause she gave him the shot? Whoa. End of scene. I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. Oh. The room was... I couldn't recognize the room for a second. Because I think I looked too fast. The numbness in my head was gone. And slowly I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities again. How long had I been squatting here? Oh, excuse me. How many minutes? Or has it been hours? It was almost as if the hands on the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how little time passed. Really? The air in the room wasn't filled with that madness from before. Only a dull silence. Rena wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mion wasn't there about to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it was a hallucination? There was no other presence in the room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I'd ever had. I was certainly with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but I was also seized with some sort of comfort. I guess that terrible ordeal was a hallucination. Neither Rena nor Mion, they wouldn't ever do something so terrible. Or could it be that he might have just... Something is going on with Keiichi that he feels like Rena and Mion are doing something horrible to him, when in reality maybe they were about to tickle him or something, and maybe Keiichi, because he's so wired up, thought that they were gonna kill him, or in this case they were gonna give him a shot with the syringe. Maybe that's what happened. My head grew hot. I could tell my emotions were welling up. Why? That wasn't a reason to cry. Why? It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I don't understand. I don't understand. Kind to everyone, not discriminating against age or gender. Mion. That Mion was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood stained her, a deep red from her head down to her chest. The bright crimson smeared on the walls. That splatter had undoubtedly come from Mion. She always had that bright smile and was kind to me from the day I transferred. Rena. That same Rena was slumped at my feet and was making the same pool of blood as Mion. I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Did someone come to save me? Then they beat those two down? With this metal bat? I finally noticed the weight in my right hand. How long had it been there? It was Satoshi's metal bat. It was covered in deep red. There was no doubt that this was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. Looking at this objectively, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it. I did this? That's right, Keichi Maebara. Of course I did it. I told myself gently as if coaxing myself. Hey me, there is no reason for you to remember it, nor is there need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? But the blood, there's so much. Neither Rena nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead and a trickle of blood, nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red, and that told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes. Were they dead? Both of them. The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Keichi Maebara. What happened to your calm usual self? Come on now, do like you always do. Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. Once. Twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. I chanted that over and over in my head and relaxed. You could relax in a room like this? That's crazy. Color came back to my vision and smells reinfused the air. At the same time, I remembered what happened when I blacked out. Rena and Mion had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomitake-san. But right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Rena as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spin and rammed my foot as hard as I could into Mion's torso. It was soft. Rena tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. I didn't let that brief moment of having them off balance slip by. Satoshi's bat was left carelessly by the side of my desk. At that moment, everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point in the videotape of my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other me inside myself had told me not to look and had turned off the TV. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it didn't mean that the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just off. The video was still playing. The tape within me, creaking along, still playing it. On the other end of that pitch black screen, that horrifying video was still playing on. Compared to this though, the scene right before my eyes was still difficult to take in. There was blood splattered everywhere on the walls, the two of them in these unnatural poses. Not a sign of movement from them. I couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them,
But if I hadn't done this, I would have been the one done for. Balancing that out on an imaginary scale, it felt odd that I'd even feel bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, this was justifiable self-defense. The proof was all here. The two of them collapsed here in Mion's syringe. Mion's syringe, filled with some unknown drug, would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident with Tomitake-san. And from the fact that both these two were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after the other. Still, I might be suspected for this, but that was just fine. Did Keiichi... the events are kind of confusing for me, but when Keiichi and Mion were talking to each other at the school grounds, Keiichi overheard Mion say something like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill that officer, I'm gonna kill that detective." Did Keiichi ever relay that message to the detective, or did he forget? Because I feel like that would be good. Well, it's not evidence, but I feel like that would be good for the detective to know. Anyway, now this should be a police affair. This wouldn't fade into the darkness like Rena's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, that should bring this to a close. They'll probably revisit their investigation on the chain of events. On the chain of incidents. Oishi-san would definitely get to the bottom of it. Meaning, my wish of not wanting to die, of wanting to know the truth, that would be fulfilled in its most basic form. It was all a matter of time now. The doctor Rena called should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I needed to contact Oishi-san. At that moment I remembered. Besides the doctor, a manager had been called. It was easy to imagine that they were someone deeply involved with the incidents, judging from Rena and Mion's conversation. The ache in my chest, caused by a gruesome deed I'd done, dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Stay calm, Keiichi Maebara. It's not over yet. I needed to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. At that moment, I felt like I heard someone's voice from outside. Since people were speaking, it must mean there was more than one person. What? There's multiple people outside the house? That's crazy. I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me at the dam site today. Then that means that if the Rena and Mion, if the 2 are actually up at his room, then hang on, I'm a little confused. You know how Rena and Mion were about to give Keiichi the syringe? Why didn't these guys give the syringe? Because if they're kind of related, then that means that why didn't these grown men use the syringe on Keiichi when he was knocked out? Or maybe they already did give him the syringe. Also, actually, never mind. I think I answered my own question. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me at the dam site today. Those 2 might even be among them. There was one person there wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was a disguise, only posing as a doctor. That guy would probably ring the bell and get me to open the front door. Pretend to be a doctor to get me to open the door, and then the rest of them would rush in all at once. Quiet. At
At that moment, I saw the car parked behind the men, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. The white van. What? It came back. So it wasn't Keiichi's hallucination. The white van actually existed. No mistaking it. That van. The one that tried to run me down. The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. Dang. I probably couldn't pretend that I was home. I couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. Undoubtedly, they'd just break the window and enter. I needed to get out of here somehow. Then use a public phone to contact Oishi-san and meet up somewhere. First of all, I need a weapon. Then shoes. But before all of that, there was one thing I had to do. I had no intention of dying. I'd live and reveal the truth about this nonsensical curse of Oyashiro-sama. But what would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, may bring about my demise. And that was why. There was one thing more important than getting out of here right now. The clock? Oh, I need to get that clock out quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. Damn it. The tape was sticking to it fast. It'd be fine if it was torn a little. I opened up the slightly torn note and began writing another passage with a ballpoint pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-san, then the only thing I could rely on was his note. I never thought a piece of torn college-ruled notepaper could be this reliable before. I had no time. I'd only write what I knew right now. I needed to leave some sort of information that would lead them to uncover the truth. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. This was an undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but it was a fact. Anyway, I'd leave all the information that would help lead them to finding the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This was everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there was that unidentified person known as the manager. To begin with, the term manager didn't even mesh with Hinamizawa at all. If they were going to include the managers from the past incidents, then the only one is the construction foreman, the victim from the first murder. The very first victim in the chain of incidents. Killed in lynching, his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never found. The police should have confirmed that death. But Rena and Mion did call him manager. They said manager. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. The police would never even conceive that someone who was deceased could be involved. Well, but if they retrieved the body, then you know, that means that they confirmed the body was killed, no? Could that be some sort of oversight? I didn't know. But even if I didn't know, it could be a big hint for Oishi-san. That's right. They needed to start fresh from the first incident. It wasn't just a simple dismemberment, but the start of the string of mysterious deaths that would follow. So then, there must be something hidden there. Please reinvestigate the victim from the dismemberment incident. He's alive. Is he? His death should have been established after an autopsy. Like maybe they faked the death then? Logically, you would think as much, but was that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with? I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but he may still be alive. I had no time to ponder that right now. Oh yeah, there's something even more important I needed to write. Tomitake-san's death was from an unknown drug. That's right, that drug, it was an irreplaceable piece of evidence. No doubt, just by having this, everything would be uncovered. I couldn't just leave that vital clue lying on the floor. This syringe is proof. Writing that down, I stuck the syringe onto the back of the clock with plenty of tape. Oh, smart! So it absolutely would not slip out and fall to the floor. Firmly. Firmly. The bell rang. They were here. I couldn't write anymore, but even still, there was one last thing I had to write. I have no idea why it has become like this. This may be the closest thing to the truth out of everything I wrote on this note. If you are reading this, then I am probably dead. Though you may or may not find my body. If I was going to write out everything that could happen, either dying from the curse or being demoned away, you who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was complete. It wasn't certain that I was going to die, but it was my final plea, just in case. I folded the note, stuck it back onto the back of the clock, and returned the clock back to its usual spot. I couldn't help but pray. Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down silently at Rena and Mion. This was probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Rena, Mion. I really had thought all of us were friends. But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores, about if the school I had hoped to get into was where I really wanted to go or a safety net. That was all I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called friends were also my rivals in studying, in competitions, in personal records and standardized test scores. Everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping down from my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have had no obligation to shed tears for them. But they wouldn't stop. Even if they were after my life, even if they were trying to kill me, everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. Or could it be those happy days were all a facade as well? Was it all a trap meticulously orchestrated up until today to ensnare me? Could it have been that I had just arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends? That couldn't have been the case. Both Rena and Mion, they really were my friends. Those happy days, there was nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to try to kill me. Or their minds were taken over, possessed by the supernatural entity known as Oyashiro-sama. Regardless, both Rena and Mion, they were the best friends ever. And when they were coming after me, it wasn't of their own volition. Wait, they weren't the kind of people to sell off their friends, regardless of whether or not they were forced. There was no way such a thing like being possessed by Oyashiro-sama could happen in reality. Then did the real Rena and Mion come after me? What was I thinking? What a silly, dumb idea. Having beaten down both Rena and Mion, I was still debating if they were the real ones or fake. There was no real or fake. Only the reality that was before me. Rena and Mion were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefit that had beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, it wouldn't change reality. Rena and Mion were both dead. It felt like there was a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. It felt like my calm state, which was nothing more than a bluff, had receded, and in that moment, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. I killed them. Rena and Mion, I killed them. The doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back in a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I needed to get away. I didn't want to die. I would uncover everything for that. I would uncover everything after that. The identity of whoever or whatever had pushed me this far. Even if I had to drink mud and eat grass, I would survive. I would survive. I would definitely survive. I killed Rena for that very reason. I also killed Mion. I went that far just to keep living, so I can't die. For my sake, and for the sake of the late Rena and Mion, I have to survive. I ran towards the door and grabbed my shoes. The doorbell rang again, as if to urge me on. Behind the single solitary door, they were there. Where are you gonna leave? Keeping quiet, I headed towards the kitchen, headed towards the back door. Before opening the back door, I put my ear to it and checked for people outside. No one. After I put on my shoes and opened the door slowly as to not make a sound. There he is! The back door! A piercing voice echoed out. That voice stabbed through me, setting my hair on end. I had to run. Get out of here, Keichi. One after the other, I felt stuff like rationale and intelligence, those things you use when you have time to spare, spill out of me. I didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. How do you pronounce this? My autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. There was nothing else it desired. It probably had no complaints whatsoever, so of course, I wouldn't feel fatigue. I just ran, just recklessly rushing in the direction I was already heading. Even if nobody was chasing after me, I'd still be running like this. There wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was headed. Turning around, I felt a presence right next to me. That presence was, without a doubt, chasing me like my shadow. If I took even one misstep, I would be devoured. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran at full speed. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening, trying to tell me something. And then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them? Wait, what do you mean wailing victims of those who didn't make it? What, like literally? Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew. So I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps. But the further I ran, the farther away their chirping became. I couldn't get near them. Why are you all running away? Was it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I felt that only the Higurashi knew. Yeah. The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off some crackling electric noise, but it didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. Why do smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun didn't even reach? I recalled hearing that the tax revenue from the tobacco was about the 10th of the municipality's revenue. We were the most heavily taxed members of this municipality, so I really wish they'd show us a little bit more respect. Why would you discard the 5 manzu there? It's just decreasing your options. One of the younger detectives was having a staring contest with the mahjong magazine called Next Turn. Oh, you're still in tenpai if you cut the 5 manzu. If you're betting on a haite, then shouldn't you be going into it with a mangan? No, I figured they were talking about mahjong. Kuma-chan. Hi! Kuma-chan, look at the pond. They all discarded a 5 manzu to save tile. You'd hate if, at the end game, someone was sitting on a tenpai on the last turn, wouldn't you? The kid left out another groan, put out his cigarette, then took out another one. I just don't agree. Why would you reduce your own options? By the way, if you can't call Ron with your winning tile in that haite... Oh, by the way, you can't call Ron with your winning tile in that haite. What? Why is that? Just then, I heard a voice coming down from the hall. Are you here, Oishi-san? You have a call from a civilian. Whoa, ain't that something? Well, see you soon. Oh, my tummy hurts. Why can't you call Ron on it? Hold on for a second, Oishi-san. Wow, it's so lighthearted here in the department. In OPD. The man sitting in the seat Oishi-san was heading towards waved at the telephone receiver. Outside line, from a payphone. Oh, why thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Oishi. Who is it? Oishi-san, hello? If it isn't Maebara-san, why good evening. From the tone Maebara-kun's voice, I already knew he was in a predicament. This was the first time Maebara-kun had phoned me, and he was calling from a payphone. Please calm down. Did something happen? His voice was erratic over the line. He had completely lost a sense of composure. After checking that nobody else could hear, I prompted him in a hushed tone. What happened? Calm down, Maebara-san. I can have the local officers head down to your location. I'll be there soon, too. I think that's impossible. His voice was quivering and hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people, even as he was making this call, was he? Maebara-san, you're calling from a payphone right now, right? Where is that payphone? There was no other sounds besides Maebara-kun's voice. It had to be a phone booth. I scratched out a note and thrust it at my colleague, sitting across from me. Hinamizawa phone booth. He understood quickly and hastily started on the internal lines. Calm down, Maebara-san. What is your current situation? It usually wasn't a good idea to tell someone panicking to do so, but this was not a usual case. Maebara-kun didn't just get in trouble, get away, and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now. But yelling at Maebara-kun right now would just needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. Maebara-kun wasn't just calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more than that. And whatever that was, if I didn't get it from this call, I was certain there would never be another chance. My colleague pushed a note in front of me. There's only one booth in Hinamizawa. Patrol car is on the way. 5 minutes.
That's too long. How many officers are in there?
2. Not enough. It was as if I imagined there were likely quite a few people surrounding my Barakun. 5 minutes was too long.
Did you call the officer station in Hinamizawa?
He's scheduled to be on patrol. They're currently out and it'll be impossible to contact them.
God damn. Kuma-chan, bring the car around.
Understood.
Hello?
Oh wait. Hello? Oishi-san.
Hello, it's alright. I can hear you loud and clear.
There was something wrong with my Barakun. That wasn't a normal coughing sound. Vomiting? Or was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured?
Maibara-san, the police are on their way. They'll be there in a couple minutes, so hold on somehow. Hello? Can you hear me? Maibara-san?
I could hear on the other end of the line that he was having a coughing fit. The worst possible situation popped into my head.
Maibara-san, who is the culprit? How many are there?
I thought at first the culprit was human. I couldn't tell if that was a cough or vomiting.
Are you alright, Maibara-san?
I thought that the culprit was a person and not Oyashiro-sama's curse up until right now. But I guess in the end it was an intense bout of coughing, then vomiting. But I guess Oyashiro-sama does exist. No, he's here.
Maibara-san, please calm down.
I've been thinking it was strange for a while now. It's been following me this whole time. I run and run and run and run, but it just sticks to me like my shadow. But slowly, so slowly, it's digging itself into my back.
Maibara-san, are they right now perhaps right behind you?
Behind me. Right behind me.
Please, Maibara-san, I can tell you're scared, but please. Who is that that's right behind you?
I can't. Just look behind me. If I do, I'll...
I understand that you're scared, but please tell me. You just need to turn around a bit. Who is it? Who is behind you, Maibara-san?
Right after I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What followed was a nightmarish sound.
Maibara-san, it couldn't be that you're clawing out your own throat?
There was no answer, but I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang as if something was being hit. My Barakun had probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting over on the other end, and a repeating abnormal noise.
Hello? Hello? Maibara-san, hello?
I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end, but I couldn't help but shout. At that moment, I heard whispering coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying from the way he was saying it. Was he talking to himself? Or was he talking to someone there?
Hello, Maibara-san.
Rather than whispering, it was some kind of a mantra he was chanting over and over. I focused my senses, trying to pick up what he was saying. What was he repeating? What exactly? Suddenly the line went dead. Did he use up his time? It was because it was a payphone. It was because it cut out so abruptly. The last thing he said came out so clearly in my mind. Oishi-san, the car is good to go. Oishi-san. It was... I'm sorry. Oishi-san. That's what he was repeating over and over. He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling there was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling in from the open window. I should have been able to hear them this entire time. I just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. That's how I felt. July 1983. In Hinamizawa, a remote village near Shishibone City, there was a murder. The suspect called over his 2 female classmates, Rena, Ryuko, and Mion Sonozaki, to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. Hang on, is there any way I can go back? I can't. The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside of the room was covered with a significant quantity of the spider blood, and there was signs of a struggle with the victims. In addition to the scene of the crime, the entryway, living room, and kitchen all had traces of a struggle. At the entryway, the shoe rack and wall had evidence of being impacted by a strong blunt force. It is believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. Having no traces of blood, it is believed the destruction occurred before the murders. There is a possibility that the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. In the living room, the rug had been pulled back, then thrown aside. It is hard to believe that this had a connection to the struggle with the victims, and thus the reason for this remains unknown. Oh, this was probably when Keichi was looking for the needle. In the kitchen, the garbage bag was torn apart, and its contents were spread out on the floor. Garbage was strewn about in the surrounding area, and handprints believed to belong to the suspect who were discovered. It is believed that the suspect had for some reason taken out the garbage and struck it with his fists. The remain for it remains unknown. What? In addition, there was a note stuck to the fridge. The words, "Was there a needle?" were written on it. The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle... Though the garage door was functional, it had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. The garage door was found closed. The suspect's fingerprints were discovered on the garage door. The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrolling car, Officer Hinamizawa local PD, found the suspect collapsed inside the photo booth. At the time of the discovery, the suspect was unconscious and critical condition. He was rushed to the local hospital for treatment, but did not regain consciousness and died 24 hours later. The results of the autopsy indicate the immediate cause of death to have been hypovolemic shock. It was determined that the suspect had clawed his own throat with his with a similarity to the death of Tomitake-san the prior week. The police believe there to be a connection and have opened an investigation. However, due to the wishes of the local authorities, it will be a confidential investigation. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it was suspected that drugs were involved. What prompted all this remains inexplicable. As such, this case is being treated as an act committed on impulse. However, the several accounts of the suspect separated from his group of friends, isolation, inexplicable behavior. Several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was observed displaying aggressive behavior as well as talking to himself at school. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Due to the circumstances, the police have begun an investigation on the possibility that this crime was not committed on impulse, but rather was planned or something. Afterwards, the note was found in the suspect's room that he had written himself. The note was written on 2 sheets from a B5 college ruled notebook that had each been torn in half. As if trying to conceal, the contents are as written in the appendix. The police believed it to be strongly related to the incident. The police changed their line of investigation based on the possibility that the suspect was involved in sort of incident himself. However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. Was the crime impulsive or premeditated? With the situation unclear and no further developments, the case has been labeled as unresolved. Hey, what happened to the syringe? However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. I had to sneeze. No. Wait, what? What does it say? The note was not written on 2 halves of but was originally a single sheet of B5. In order to erase several lines from the middle, someone had torn them out. Hey, someone took out the syringe! Judging from the size of the letters, the missing section is estimated to be 3 lines. It is highly probable that the person who eliminated the lines in question is not the suspect. In addition, judging from traces of large quantities of cellophane tapes being stuck to the back of the clock, the person who first discovered the crime was a detective rumored to have a connection with the incident. Crowdo Oishi. He went, wait, his first name is Cloud, like Cloud. The suspect's note. I, Keichi Maebara, am in fear for my life. I do not know why they are after my life. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This is all on the first sheet. Everything below this has been ripped out. The Tomitake part now. This is from the second sheet. Everything above this has been ripped out. I have no idea why it has become like this. If you are reading this, then I am probably dead. Though the only difference may be the presence or lack of body. You who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. Hey, Keiichi Maebara. Oh, Higurashi When They Cry, everyone! So somebody found the note on the back of that clock and probably the syringe, and they got rid of the evidence. And the part that they tore out was something about Tomitake-san and the drug. So maybe, yeah, it's something to do with the drug. What could it be? But that was the end of Higurashi When They Cry. First chapter, Oni Kakushi. I like how the first chapter was written because it's kind of giving... The way that this was written, it played a lot and it leaned very heavily towards the whole mythical, these guys are Onis kind of feel. Like, yeah, to me, it seemed like the way that Keiichi perceived all of these people staring at him, to me, it read as like, to me, it read like they were like Oni, because they had very like cartoonishly evil like features. Like their clothes were all like battered. Keiichi would on multiple occasions would describe Rena's face as like, you know, her smile was like a moon, like a crescent moon. Like that's so cartoonishly evil. And when I think about cartoonishly evil things, I think about Oni. So I like that the first chapter first introduces you to the myth and the folk tale of the Onis and the Onigafuchi town. And then they play into it. And it kind of gives the readers a sense of like, oh my gosh, maybe we are in a mythical town, you know? But I feel like there has to be a scientific explanation to this. And I feel like a lot of it has to do with the drug. It's gotta it's gotta have something to do with the drug. There's no way it's like all mythical. It can't be. It cannot be. What's her name? It cannot be. Oh, it cannot be. What is it? Oyashiro-sama. Yeah. It can't be the curse. Although I do know what happened. But as far as we know, it don't really has to do with it. That went a different direction than I thought it was going to be. Really? What did you think it was gonna happen? I'm curious. I want to hear your guys' thoughts on it. Why would they leave the rest of the note? Wouldn't it be easier to take everything? Maybe to throw them off? What part of the note did they take? They included that Rena and Mion were somehow tied in with. They left the part of the note that was like, oh yeah, Rena and Mion are part of the perpetrators. I feel like that was left in because I think that was also the author's way of telling us like, hey, by the way, it's these guys that are really evil and you should look out for it. But I think it might be a red herring. I think that just proves Rena and Mion's innocence. Although I just didn't know. I don't know why they were doing their like. Why did Mion have the syringe? Oh, maybe it's a cure. Maybe Rena and Mion were actually good people, and the syringe was to cure him. No, that makes no sense. I didn't expect Keiichi to kill his classmates, then die later. I expected a confrontation with the detective, but he was just in the background. Ew. Oh. True. Yeah, it's like a kind of I think that's why I really like this story is that for me it's so surprising every direction that they take because I don't expect it. But also that's also because I'm not very familiar with murder mystery tropes. Higurashi was kind of like my first intro to it, so yeah, for me it's always surprising. The part where he describes the syringe. Oh wait, so that is a key item. Something related to the syringe. It has to be. Higurashi When They Cry. Yeah, but overall, I really enjoyed it. That was tanoshii. That was very tanoshii. My favorite character was... honestly, I like all of them. I like Keiichi, even though he killed his teammates. I mean, his teammates. Even though he killed his classmates / friends, cause like I like that the part that made me really be like, oh okay, I kind of respect you as a character. It was when he recognized that he was trying to take the coward's way out, where he was like, oh man, I need to stop painting this picture like it's Oyashiro-sama. I need to stop painting this picture that's like something else. Like, I need to face the truth, and the truth is that I killed my friends. And when I read that line, I was like, that's a really ballsy, that's a very gutsy way of writing this character. Because I feel like accountability in a lot of these protagonists, especially nowadays, I feel like people don't really do that. So the fact that he had the balls to be like, yeah, I killed them, and that's very shameful. Like I really respected that. So I really like Keiichi. I like Mion. I like Rena too. I don't know. Well, as far as this visual novel has shown us, I don't know much about Satoko and Rika, but I feel like I would also really like those two as well. Also, the other two girls weren't really in on it. I guess so. Do we have any theories in chat? I want to hear your guys' theories. I feel like I can't say anything. My theory, my crack theory, the syringe turns these victims into cicadas, and the reason why this town is Higurashi City is because these evil people turn bad people in the village into Higurashi, and that's why we make a callback to them multiple times. Higurashi when they cry. Tomitake-san got turned into a Higurashi, so did Satoshi, and now Keiichi as well. Goodbye, Keiichi. He'll probably have a very easygoing life as a cicada now. 2 years of life. And maybe up to 14 years. No, sorry. Maybe even up to 17 years if apparently. That's crazy. The one fact that I know about cicadas is that they live up to 2 years. The 17 years was a complete surprise to me. Like what compels a cicada to live for 17 years? If your peers, your ancestors have lived for 2 years, like what prompts you to live for 17? That is what I would like to know. But yeah, I really like the first chapter. I think I know what the next chapter is vaguely about, and I'm pretty excited about that. Oh, excuse me. I'm excited to get to it eventually. We will see if I'll do it right away or not. We will see. I don't have the schedule for this week planned out yet, but I will do that ASAP. So the version that the press is trying to make is that Keiichi just went crazy. Yeah, that was actually really sad. I was reading it and I was like, wait, that's not what happened though. I think. Yeah. I was reading the article and then they said that, yeah, Keiichi invited 2 girls over and then beat them to death. I was like, that's not what happened. No. But then Keiichi wrote in his notebook that Rena... Wait, did they... was that also in the paper? Oh, now I don't know what's in the paper. Wait, hang on. Is it in configuration? Oh, it's an extra maybe. Is his paper still here? All cast review session? What the heck is this? Oh! What the heck? Oh my god! Thank you for... wait. Thank you for buying Higurashi When They Cried Onikakushi, a visual novel by 7th expansion. How was it? If you enjoyed it even a little bit, it would make me happy. Oh, even a little bit is stretching it. That incredibly dark ending made me angry, you know? Made us angry. As I understand, this Onikakushi chapter is supposed to be somewhat of a prologue to the entire series. Yeah, it did feel like a prologue. Just giving us a very vague premise of the entire series. And then the second chapter is like when shit really goes down. It did feel like that. How could the prologue have such an incredibly dark ending? Yeah, but doesn't that happen sometimes? The player digging through the story in order to avoid a bad ending is the point of these types of game, and after all. It's still just the first chapter. I'm looking forward to the next one. What happens in the next chapter? Rena, do you know? I know. I do. Yeah, they said that the next chapter will introduce another aspect of the story. That's a strange way of putting it. What does that mean? In this in this chapter, they introduced a string of mysterious deaths that were happening in Hinamizawa recently, right? Next chapter will introduce some of the history of Hinamizawa. Oh, I see. With one strange event happening after another, I get totally lost. What exactly is Oyashiro-sama's curse about? Actually, what is Oyashiro-sama? To begin with, they didn't explain it that much. I haven't heard much about it, but I kinda have a bad feeling about it. It feels like it'll be another one of those scary stories where somebody gets cursed again. Tough luck, eh, Kei-chan? What kind of curse is he gonna get hit with this time? However, I am looking forward to seeing what kind of story it's going to be.
Oh, what the heck?
What the heck? What are you doing here? This is my girl's day out. Get out of my screen.
Sorry for being late. My bad.
Oh, what the? What is he doing here? Hello?
Hey everybody, good work today. Do you remember me?
Same to you.
Huh?
Where's Kei-chan?
Kei-chan is already off reading the script for the next chapter. It must be hard being the main character.
It's true, he has a lot of lines. Oh, that's too bad. He could have at least poked in to say hello. It's probably because he doesn't have any character art, so he couldn't poke his head. And even if he wanted to.
Rika-san, that's what we refer to as a personal problem.
Wow. I can't believe you're here. What the heck are you doing here?
In any case, that story really was a lot of trouble, especially for Keiichi-kun and Rena-chan.
My tummy hurts. Trouble? That was the mother of all bad ends. I wonder what was the identity of the thing that attacked Keiichi-kun.
My theory is that it was the work of people made to look like a curse. Oh!
But at the end, Keiichi made that phone call.
Yeah, I also thought that call was strange. At that point, Kei-chan should have been certain that the culprits were people.
That really was a strange phone call. It almost sounded like he was being chased by a ghost or something. Just from that phone call, it really makes me think that it was the work of a curse after all. Yeah, cause she believes in that kind of stuff, huh? Rena, I mean. Like supernatural things.
Since we're all here, why don't we all share our theories? Let's start with Sonozaki-san.
I absolutely believe it was people. I think it was a man-made incident that was just imitating the strange folklore floating around Hinamizawa. Oh, I like that. Certainly, every year on the day of the festival, for another link in the chain of mysterious deaths to happen certainly is suspicious. That so-called chain of mysterious deaths is definitely somebody trying to reenact the folklore. Definitely. I think it was the curse. Looking at the scene where Keiichi-san went berserk in the entryway, and the last scene with the phone call, I just couldn't come to the conclusion that the person was the culprit. When you say it that way, it really wasn't the type of scene that would make you think it was the work of an actual person.
Yeah, but even then, I still think it was a person who did it. The last scene and the one in the entryway, I think it might have been a delusional episode brought about by post-traumatic stress disorder.
I wouldn't know what's going on anymore, even if you didn't use such complicated words. In other words, Keiichi was so scared that he was imagining things. Then, what was the meaning behind that scene? What exactly was that mysterious presence behind Keiichi?
A red herring. R-E-D.
Mi-chan, what do you mean by a red herring?
Like old man Tomitake here said, that scene was the result of Kei-chan having a stress-induced delusion from being mentally cornered.
But the way that these guys are saying it out loud makes me feel like this is also a red herring on its own.
To expand on that a bit further, it was a ploy to make the player think it was a curse. That's why it was a red herring.
But when you say it like that,
well, it just means that there's that possibility.
In that case, the theory that Oishi-san proposed during the story, that it was a conspiracy by the villagers, was correct? What is that? What does the man himself have to say about that?
This is cute. I like that all the characters are interacting and like just discussing the story. Breaking the fourth wall. Me! It makes you think, eh? Huh? I totally thought that Oishi-san would be behind the people explanation.
Yeah, but guys like this also have a tendency to be superficial a little bit. Or superstitious.
Maybe a little bit of superficial as well.
During the story,
I said it was definitely the work of people, but if a person really was to blame, that leaves a lot of loose ends.
Like what? Let us hear what Detective Oishi-san's theory is.
First of all, if a human is the culprit, then there has to be a motive. In other words, somebody has to gain something from it.
So what you mean is, if this was the work of people, then there would have to be something gained from causing the chain of mysterious deaths?
Exactly. I felt that somebody could have benefited from the deaths of people related to the dam development, but the recent victims weren't related to that at all.
But maybe it's too... I mean, if I were to play with the information that I was given right now, it could easily be like power, you know? Maybe the people of Hinamizawa want to keep instilling that fear to other people to maintain some sort of power. But the thing is, if it was the people in Hinamizawa, then like that's the motive, but what power do they actually have? But I don't know, actually. Never mind.
First off, who benefits from killing Keiichi-kun?
But to instill fear?
I see, if you say it like that, my case is kind of weak too.
You know, you're such a weird character. What are you doing here? Like, every time he's on screen, like, I find myself being like, what? Like, it takes me out every time. I don't know. I can't believe... I forgot. I forgot that you were a thing. I mean, none of your money was stolen. There's no way it was human culprits. But that's not everything there is to it, right? Like Mi-chan just said, there might have been some sort of reason for them to reenact the folklore. But, okay, so historically though, like, when people would scare other people through... Yeah, historically when people would scare other people into doing things, they would bring up things like, oh, it's gonna be a curse, Or, oh, it's gonna be this thing. You don't want to anger this thing. So that's my theory, that there is someone controlling. Because it's just so classic, you know. I feel like it's very classic way of going about things. Oh, what? You're gonna tie your shoes like that? Oh, I wouldn't do that because you're gonna anger this guy up here, and you don't want to know what happens when you anger this guy. You know what I'm trying to get at? You know, oh, you're gonna go out at night? Oh, you don't want to do that because you're gonna piss off this guy. It's like, people are more easier to move around if they are struck in by fear, kind of thing. That's why it stood out to me when there was a passage. I forget what part it was, but that's why it stood out to me when they were like, "Oh yeah, we couldn't report it to the police because some sort of local authority said we weren't allowed to do that." And then everyone was scared. But to me, it wasn't because they were scared of Oyashiro-sama's curse befalling on them. To me, it just came off as like they're probably under an NDA and they don't want this guy to talk because something sinister is happening here, and it has to do with the white van. Exactly, this wasn't a murder where you consider the typical motives. It makes me think that this was most likely some sort of ritualistic murder to reenact the bloodstained history of the village. Yes! Yes! So I'll ask the question of the hour. Who gains from this reenactment? That's the question, huh? That's the mystery part. It's not about simple benefit, it's more psychological reason. Yeah, if it's psychological, maybe it's for power? I think that maybe this was an act of revenge, something native to the region. Fate was unable to be fooled this time around. Oh, I see. A member of some repressed family looking to air out an old grudge of their ancestors. Something like that. I don't like that. Then what is it? It couldn't be that you're leaning towards the curse explanation, Oishi-san. That's right, that's right. The man playing the detective said so. It's decided. It was a curse. If, like how Maebara said during the story, it was the case of Oyashiro-sama possessed Rena-san and Sonozaki-san and committed those acts, that would fit the evidence the most. I feel like it's not really this though. As much as I hate to say it. Actually, I'm of the same opinion as Oishi-san. I can't come up with any other explanation for the normally kind Rena and Mi-chan to suddenly start acting strange like that. About that, it may sound strange coming from the person herself, but I think that Mion, did it. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this also ties back to the games that they did. So you know how in the club room they played that one murder mystery game, and they said that, oh yeah, Mion did it with X item and Y place. Maybe that also has something to do with it. And they also mentioned how Rena did X thing at Y place. Maybe that also ties into this whole mystery as well. I don't get what Mia's saying. I'd like an explanation. Oh, sorry. In other words, I think this may end up being a really cruel story. Wait, Mi-chan, you don't mean... If you follow the trail of evidence to the very end, that's how it would seem. I also have my suspicions. In other words, Rena and Sonozaki-san both actually had those personalities to begin with. It was merely deceiving Maebara-san. Oh, I mean, wait, that could be it. That could be true too. Am I right? I don't like that at all. This is the curse's fault. Cute. I know that like most of the time it's like a facade, but I don't know. I'm just so endeared whenever she does this. Like, I just want to like give her a head pat. Yoshi, Yoshi, don't cry. Only Higurashis can. Rena-san and Mion-san and everybody else are all kind people. I think that too. I think that Rena and Mion-chan are really good people at heart. I feel like both can be true though. You can be both kind of nasty and also be good-hearted in the core of it all. I think that during the story they definitely were possessed by something. So Rena also thinks it was a curse. Then let me ask everybody who thinks it was a curse. There has to be a reason for a curse, right? I don't think there would be something indiscriminately cursing everything. Can somebody explain that? Maybe the god or the kami, or sorry, maybe the kami that is cursing everybody doesn't want people to forget them, and so that's why when people basically the god has abandonment issues, and every time someone leaves the village, it lashes out by cursing them. It could be that. A curse is a curse. Human logic won't get us anywhere. But the thing is, humans created gods. And so, I feel like it would be worthwhile for us humans to explore the motives of gods, no? Satoko-chan. A personified deity is, in the end, nothing more than the creation of people. That's literally what I said! Wait a minute. I think I like you, Tomitake-san. I literally just said that.
That's why their method of thinking is also understandable to me.
That's literally what I said! Oh my. Wait, he's copying me. He's copying me.
Just take a look at the Greek pantheon. They cry, get angry, get jealous. Basically, they're just like humans.
I would love to see a god that has, like, I don't know, is a huge otaku. So what you're saying is that Oyashiro-sama is cursing people with some benefit in mind.
That's an odd way of putting it, but basically yes. That's why they say, far from Jupiter, far from his thunder.
I actually have never heard of this quote before.
You do have a point.
Basically, it doesn't matter if it's Oyashiro-sama or humans, there has to be a reason. But Rico, what if that reason isn't clear? I don't know. That's right. This is still just a prologue. There's still a lot of stuff that hasn't been revealed yet.
Yeah, it's hard to come up with any more theories at this point.
No, I won't be satisfied until this is all made clear. Mion-san seems rather particular about this as well. We'll just make the best with what we know. Doesn't this feel interesting? Like a club of it? Yeah, it would be awesome if there weren't Oishi-san and Tomitake-san wasn't here. If you put it that way, it does seem interesting.
Oh. Well then, let's summarize. Let's see, I think it was a curse. Tomitake-san, Tomitake-kun thinks it was people, right? Yeah, I'll go with it being people.
I also agree with the people explanation. You know what? I like you, Mion.
That's not to say I hate such fantastic things like curses.
It's true, it's true. I agree as well. Like, as someone who I've never had a ghost experience IRL. I never ever have. And I don't think I have a very complicated relationship with ghosts and stuff, because I don't know if it's like I don't know, it's like really weird, but I don't believe in them. But when people tell me stories about it, I do pay a lot of attention to it, because I think it's really interesting. Yeah, I do believe that energy can be I don't know. It's 11 p.m. and it's like a couple hours past my bedtime. Just forget what I said. But anyway, I do agree with Mion, where it's like I never had a real interaction with the ghost before, but I don't want to like dissuade the fact that they won't exist. You know what? I'll probably talk about this when I'm like more alert. My apologies, everyone. My apologies. But basically, I agree with Mion. Forget what I said. Forget what I said. Forget Beam. Wasareta Beam. Ugh. Tsukareta. Wasn't Rena mentally unstable though? There is something going on with Rena. I just can't pinpoint what it is just yet. But maybe it's something akin to that. The curse of Lurushido-sama. I've become a god. Ooh, and I'm gonna curse everyone. Ooh. Actually, if I were a little like spirit, what would I curse people with? Why would I curse people? Oh, like maybe if people kept their, I don't know, maybe if people litter. If you litter around this place, I'm gonna haunt you and curse you. And you're gonna have nightmares of how you turn into trash, like literal trash. Anyway, 2 for the people explanation here. Wait, 2 for the people explanation then. Rena was on the curse side of things, right? Yup. Setsuko-chan and I believe it was a curse, right? Yeah, I think it was a curse. People who say that Rena-san and Mion-san were evil to begin with are more befitting of the curse. Well, I don't want to believe that my own personality was that twisted, but I have to be cool when I'm in club mode. If I base my choice on just emotion, I'll regret it, you know. Well now, it doesn't really matter which side you pick, does it?
Oh, Rika-chan hasn't said anything yet. What do you think?
I don't think that Oyashiro-sama is a bad god.
Oh, that's an interesting opinion.
I don't want to worship some bad god that just curses people. I like a generous god more than the one that curses. That's right, Rika-chan is a shrine maiden. Yup, good opinion. Then what? If Rika-chan doesn't believe that it was Oyashiro-sama, then do you think the perpetrators were human after all? I'll just go with that. Yeah.
Well now, that means the votes are split right in the middle.
Wait a minute, how many people are here right now? Rena, Mion, the 2 old guys, Satoko, and Rika. Oh, wait, there's exactly 6 people, so it splits down evenly.
That means, so half of us think it was a curse and half of us think it's people.
Rena-chan, just for reference,
what did the test players who played the beta version think?
Oh, cute! What? They asked the players who played the beta version? That's so cute. Yeah. There were a lot more people who believed in the people explanation. Okay, I'm in the people. Wait, hang on a second. I'm in the people route. Let's start a poll actually. Was it the people or was it the curse? I feel like a lot of people here will mostly pick. Most people here will mostly pick people. But I'm actually gonna include 2 more in the poll here. What do you guys think? I wanna know. Alright, poll is up. Okay, while I'm at it, I'm gonna drink some water. My throat is killing me. So anyway, there are a lot more people who believe in the people explanation. See, right there. Our veteran comrades are cool, collected, and very observant. Ah, thank you. We just got praised. But the beta version only finished partway through the story. That's right. Oh, that's right. Even the people who played the beta might change their minds if they got through the very end.
True, true. What should we do then? This means that the opinions are still split. It's no fun if we don't settle this. We need there to be an odd number of judges. In other words, we need one more opinion.
Perfect timing then. Why don't we ask Keiichi-kun himself? Let's call him. The opinion of the victim himself is very valuable. Since that's decided, let's time for the phone.
We're paging a friend.
Hello Keiichi-kun, it's Rena. Are you busy with work right now?
Yeah, real busy. Just one... Wait, hang on. Yeah, real busy. Just when I thought I'd get a break because the chapter's over, it's already time for the next one.
It's true, it must be hard to be protagonist.
How's Kei-chan? Busy?
Yeah, he's moping.
I can hear you, you know. It must be nice having a wrap-up party. I wanted to go too.
You can come if you get some character art for yourself. Yikes. Rika, that's a secret. Sorry about that, Keiichi-kun. Anyways, during the current chapter, Keiichi-kun, didn't you die? We were just talking about who the culprit might be.
Basically, we're deadlocked on whether it was people or Oyashiro-sama's curse that killed you.
I'm really sorry. Even though you're busy reviewing the script, Keiichi-kun, which do you think it was?
That's obvious, isn't it?
Which?
Isn't it both of them?
Nice!
Targeted by suspicious people from the village and then cursed by some strange Oyashiro-sama on top of that.
That's the best explanation, huh?
It's both humans and curse. Everybody's just picking on me.
It's true. Both of that. Yeah, for someone who went through what Keiichi did, that's the only explanation, huh? So very, very pitiful. Next time I'll pit you on the head for you. That was so fun. Oh wait, it's still going.
In the end, the opinions still split, huh?
Oh true, if you pick both, then yeah. Actually, I'm gonna end the poll now. Thank you for the vote, everyone. Let's see, it seems like mostly people voted for people. And the next one is both. And then someone picked neither. Oh, I'd be interested to hear that person's opinion on why you think it's neither.
In the end, the opinion still split, huh? I'll think this over again. We might have missed something.
Cute. Well then, please look forward to the next release, Higurashi When They Cry, Watanagashi. Yay! That was a fun segment. I like this post-in-game in-game discussion. Yeah, I like it too. It's very this kind of thing was very popular though. Oh, I got another achievement. But I went over here because I wanted to see Keiichi's paper. Wait, I'm getting creeped out. I don't want to be here anymore. Never mind. I'll just look it up later. You know, the post-game in-game discussion really calmed things for me. So I was really feeling it, and then I got into the little extra section, and then the sound was duh, and it scared the crap out of me. So I think I'll just stay out here where we can only hear the Higurashi. Anyway, I'm glad that you guys had, I'm glad that we got to discuss like this, because this is like one of my favorite parts of consuming any media. It's the discussion part, and like finding out, talking about it, talking about your observations, and also hearing about other people's observations is just really mentally stimulating. So I thoroughly enjoyed this, and I hope that you guys did as well. Again, I don't know what the next. I don't know what my schedule looks like this week, but I'll be sure to upload it right away. Bo, the curse makes people go insane and do crazy things. My theory. Oh, I see. I see. That's a good theory too. At this point, because it's a prologue, I feel like there's no bad theories, except for mayhaps mine about the Higurashi. Especially near the end, it feels like he's having a paranoid schizophrenic episode. It almost makes me distrust his narration of what's happening. Ah, you conclude that he's an unreliable narrator. It's true. I do feel like, I think that's why I also really like this chapter, because he's such an unreliable narrator, it makes you like want to keep reading. Like, okay, well, let's see what else Keiichi goes through to see if he'll slip up. Which is real, which is fake. Anyway, my voice is killing me. I can't believe I've been narrating for 5 hours. That just means how much fun I had. Let's see. I am gonna call it here, and I'll see you guys next time. We'll see what games we'll play this week, but it's probably gonna be more summer related games. Alright, I'll see you guys next time. Otsulu, thank you so much for joining me. Bye bye. Good night, everyone.